5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we begin in Arkansas, where police have arrested one man in connection to the deaths of a married couple, Clinton and Kristen Brink. It happened at Devil's Den State Park. Colonel Mike Hager with the Arkansas State Police.
Arkansas State Police special agents have arrested James Andrew McGann, 28, of Springdale. He's been charged with 2 counts of capital murder in the deaths of Clinton David Brink and Kristen Amanda Brink.
The couple was hiking with their 7 and 9-year-old daughters. Those girls were unharmed, and they're now living with family members. A motive for the killings were not released. The family of alleged Jeffrey Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre is now speaking out after President Trump said that Epstein stole Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago.
The Giuffre family now speaking out after Trump was asked by reporters this week if Giuffre was one of the employees he claimed Epstein stole from his Mar-a-Lago resort.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know, none whatsoever.
Giuffre's family saying it was Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, who targeted and preyed upon our then 16-year-old sister, Virginia, from Mar-a-Lago.
That's ABC's Andrea Fugiai reporting. Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, it's quite a mouthful, is trying to force a vote on a bill to ban stock trading by members of Congress through a discharge petition. That bill she wants to bring to a vote was introduced by Tennessee 2nd District Congressman Tim Burchett. And he talked to WTN's Matt Murphy show yesterday.
To sit there and watch us make 200%, 300%, 400% return on investment and then tell the American public that we're not doing anything shady. It's just, to me, it's just too much. Both parties are doing it.
Now, potential civil penalties carry fines up to $100,000 for each violation. Luna's effort would need 218 signatures to force a vote. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks flipped from green to red after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell announced the board was leaving interest rates unchanged. Investors might have been spooked by Powell pushing back on expectations for a rate cut in September. The Dow lost 171 points, the S&P dipped 8, the Nasdaq added 31. On top of the Fed move, another batch of earnings reports gave investors something to chew over. Humana rose more than 10% after the insurer reported stronger results for the spring than expected. It also raised its forecast for profit and revenue over the full year. Also topping expectations, video game maker Electronic Arts, which climbed 5% on better-than-expected contributions from EA Sports and other games.
And stock futures this morning are on the plus side. The Dow futures are up 151. NASDAQ futures, they're gaining 302. S&P futures are plus 60 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, watch it in Sylvan Park this morning on 40, westbound side at White Bridge Pike, Briley Parkway West. That's exit 204. You've got a crash that's reported in that area. I am not seeing any delays yet this morning on 40, on 24, or on 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on in to your Thursday, July 31st. And there is a lot going on. A couple of programming notes. At 7:06 this morning, Senator Marsha Blackburn is going to be joining us. At 6:36, E.J. Antoni is going to be joining us. Of course, you know him from Fox News, Fox Business as well. He is basically our business correspondent. And we're going to speak to E.J. Antoni about all the winning that is going on within the Trump administration. Yesterday, we had some great news. The GDP beating expectations and hiring, according to ADP. They were expecting, help me here, Joan, 60,000, and that came in at 104,000.
Right. So a big win there.
A huge win. And so Donald Trump, it is just like everywhere you turn, the president is, experiencing one victory after another. This was interesting. Just real quickly, The Hill is reporting on the possibility of a blue wave in 2026. So we'll talk about that. And also, is Kamala Harris actually getting ready to run for president yet again? You think people, Joan, want, and Sam, you can chime in on this too. If it was up to you, if you had your druthers, would you want Kamala Harris to run again in 2028 against J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, or Ron DeSantis?
I think that would be fantastic.
I think it would be great too.
Yeah.
Sam, what do you say? You up for another run of Kamala Harris?
I'm just a fan of the word salads.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. The word, of course, says the king of word salad, but let's not get into that. But I would say that there's a lot there. And she announced yesterday, I don't know if you saw this, Joan, but Kamala Harris has announced that she will not be running for office in the state of California.
So, but she also said that her future, and I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the exact words, but she said her future in civil service is not going to be in elected office.
Is that what she said?
Yeah, she said that it won't be through an elected office position, something like that. So that would indicate that she's not going to make a run for president.
That is interesting because all the quotes that I'm seeing and I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. Mm-hmm. Everything I'm seeing basically is saying that she is not going to run for governor in the state of California. And that really is a clear indication that she is going to run for the presidency yet again. So she's saying that she's not going to run for elected office. Well, then what in the world would someone with, her vast talents would do? I mean, she's been a career politician. What does Kamala Harris then do? I wonder.
I think she goes for a talk show spot or something where she's going to, be a talking head.
Here you go. I have the quote.
Go.
For now, my leadership and public service will not be in elected office. I look forward to getting back out and listening to the American people, helping elect Democrats across the nation who will fight fearlessly, and sharing more details in the months ahead about my own plans.
I got 2 words for you, Joan.
Yes.
For now.
For now. Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, do you know how many times I remember Hillary Clinton way back when it was like, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to run. I'm not going to run. I've been out listening to the American people, and they want a leader, blah, 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 and she runs. Joe Biden, by the way, effectively did the same thing. So they can say all they want, well, I'm not going to run, I'm not going to run, I'm not going to run. But then all they have to do is say, well, I've been listening to the American people, and by popular demand, I'm going to grace, the American people and the nation with my presence in the upcoming presidential election. So I think those two words, for now, does give a clear indication that she's not closing the door. I don't think she's closing the door. And honestly, is she really going to help elect Democrats? Somebody please tell me how Kamala Harris is going to help get Democrats elected. She couldn't even get herself elected. That's number one. Number two, what the hell does she know about running an effective campaign? Her campaign was terrible. So anyway, whatever.
She'll teach them how to go into debt.
It's exactly right. And how to lie, how to try and completely morph from a progressive into, somebody who is trying to sell yourself as more mainstream, how to gaslight America. That's what I would say. Kamala Harris, gaslighting 101, that is what she can teach the Democrats. I think that's, I don't know. Do those two words for now, Joan, do those two words give you caution that maybe
Yes, they do
she
now.
will jump in?
So, I was sort of listening to it last night and heard that she is not, going to, her future would not be in elected office. And so I sort of skipped over the for now part.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got
so
it.
now that I'm reading it today, what you're saying makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
Wow. That happens, Joan, every once in a while.
Yes.
Did you
even
hear
a
me on-
blind squirrel finds a nut.
Wow. Did you hear me on Murphy's show yesterday?
I did. Yes, I heard you throw me under the bus repeatedly. Not like once, but repeatedly.
Beep, 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 beep. I threw you right under the bus multiple times. I basically threw you under the bus, and then I backed it, back and forth over you.
Yes, you did.
So, do you know what I was going to do, but I didn't have time this morning?
What's that?
I was actually going to put like a chalk line on the ground where the body of the TV would be because you broke the TV.
Yeah.
So just so we're clear, Murphy called me. I was asleep.
Yeah.
So he had mentioned something earlier in the day. I thought he was joking about having me on, and I was dead on asleep. Guy didn't think he was serious. And so they call me, and again, I'm asleep. So I've kind of fade. You know how you fade into a conversation?
Oh, yeah.
So I kind of fade in about a minute in, and I'm like, oh, wait, I'm on the radio. And it wouldn't be the first time that I've sleep talked on the radio. But anyway, so we talked about, the debacle with the TV. To be perfectly clear, and Joan broke the TV yesterday, in case you were not around yesterday. And so I didn't realize that it would be such a topic of conversation as the day went on.
I know.
But I think that because it was the lone female on the staff, I think that's why everybody is having fun with it, is because it was you. If you had taken a poll of all of the people on WTN who would not break our incredibly expensive TV.
It's not expensive.
You're not helping your case.
Sorry.
Joan would be last on the list of people that would actually break a TV.
It wasn't on purpose. It was a mistake. Dan, back
Was
me
it?
up on this.
Oh, really? After all the blind squirrel finds a nut jokes, you think I'm going to back you up on that, woman? I don't think so. By the way, I was very proud of my parting shot on Murphy Show when I said, because Matt is trying to make it seem like I am forcing you to take the blame and that I'm the one that actually broke the TV.
Yes, he framed it very differently, yes.
He sure did. And I of course, playing along, said, well, yeah, I told Joan that, they're not going to fire her because, she's a woman. And everybody thought that was funny.
Hysterical.
Except for Joan. Hey, it is 5:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The great news, though, is, as we all indicated yesterday, the corner office, the boss, she is totally cool. She understands mistakes happen. And a new TV should be forthcoming. It has actually already been ordered. And do you know what else they ordered, Joan?
They ordered some stoppers so that the door can't
That's
go
exactly
all the way.
right.
Yes.
Go ahead. No, you can say it. Where in the world is the door stop?
Right. It should have been there in the first place.
Apparently, there at some point was one.
Oh?
I guess. I don't know. I spend like hours in this building and in this room like every single day.
It's not something you would
I don't
look
remember.
for.
I don't remember one
Yeah.
in there, but maybe there was. Anyway, Joan, what's happening with the roads on WTN?
Oh, so you do have an accident this morning on Sylvan Park. In Sylvan Park. It's on 40 on the westbound side past exit 204. That's the exit for White Bridge Pike or Briley Parkway West. So the right lane is blocked off by it. Otherwise, on the major roads, looking good this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. What do we got? Like one more day of this, hotter than Hades
Today
weather?
is it. Today is it. Now, there may be some storms today to sort of bring in this cold front that will move through. Did you have storms yesterday? I did.
No, not in Mount Juliet.
Crazy, crazy downpour, like heavy downpour, thunder and lightning, everything.
Okay. No, we didn't have anything in my neck of the woods.
Wow.
Today, partly cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, continuing hot and humid, high 93, feels like 105 plus. What is your official feels like temperature, Joan? After that, by the way, after that opening segment with you and I, the feels like is like 20 below between our
Very
studios.
chilly.
Very
chilly
I'm
here
just
this
kidding.
morning. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. What is your feels like?
So it depends because the parts of the state that are a little west of us are going to be over 105. Right about where we are, it's going to be like 103 to 105. And then just a little to our east, we're looking at heat indexes around 100. So it's really not going to be any different in that area.
Okay, very good. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Where are you at? And Sam, you can chime in too. There is a story about, and I had it in my stack yesterday, and I just didn't get to it, but the Pete Hegseth for Tennessee governor story, that was a story from NBC News, and now it's like everywhere.
Yes.
And so I've got some thoughts on this, but if you want to take the Daily Dan poll, watch us on YouTube. That is the poll of the day. Who would you vote for governor? So, and I'm acknowledging that Senator Marsha Blackburn, who will be with us, not announcing her run for governor at 7 o'clock, 7:06, but she is highly expected to run. So we've got who would you vote for? Marsha Blackburn, John Rose, who has announced his run for governor, or Pete Hegseth. And I'm sure there's other people that have announced. I don't know who they are. So, but those to me are the big three. So who would you vote for? Blackburn, Rose, or Pete Hegseth in this imaginary governor's race? Now, to be clear, number one, Hegseth has not announced that he is running, but he has also not announced, Joan, that he is not running.
So I'm reading his statement from Sean Parnell, the Pentagon's chief spokesperson, who says, quote, Hegseth's focus remains solely on serving under President Trump. This story originates from NBC News. NBC News, of course, is not citing named sources. They're citing two people who have spoken directly with him about it. And that's as far as it goes.
Is this a trial balloon?
It may be a trial balloon.
Mm-hmm.
It may be a trial balloon. It also may be, the press, the left and the media. If you remember, they were so against Pete Hegseth taking that position that they ginned up the stories about him and drinking and women. And so I don't think that went away. I think that this is just the newest version of it, their effort to make him go away.
Well, the other question, and people are saying that they want him out of the Defense Department. They want him out of the Pentagon. And so this would almost be like a way for him to save face, which I don't understand, because despite all of the accusations against him, as far as I can tell, he's doing a great job. We had that incredible attack on Iran. We have the recruitment that is up across the military services. And, I mean, as far as I know, he's doing a great job. Despite what you have the media reporting, Donald Trump is standing by him. But some are framing this as Hegseth is looking for a place to land, this would be a way for him to save face, is by running for the governorship of the fine state of Tennessee. So the theory would be that instead of getting fired by Trump, which I don't believe is going to happen, but instead of getting fired, that this would be an opportunity for him to save face. I don't buy it.
Right. So the further part of the statement from Sean Parnell,
Yes.
the spokesperson for the Pentagon, quote, fake news NBC is so desperate for attention, they are shopping around a made-up story again. Only two options exist. Either the sources are imaginary or these reporters are getting punked. Secretary Hegseth's focus remains solely on serving under President Trump and advancing the America First mission at the Department of Defense.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds pretty clear to me
Yes.
that this is a made-up story, either a scenario that Parnell talks about there apply. I never trust these stories anymore because they're so unsourced. Hegseth could have said,
right.
Somebody could have said to him, what do you think about running for governor? And go, I'd run for governor in
Sure.
a joking manner. And they run with it.
Yes. Yes.
So it's just not credible.
So it does seem to me that Hegseth should himself come out and say, I'm not running for the
Yes.
governorship of Tennessee.
Okay. Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah. I don't know. I probably should. I don't believe that I follow him on X, but I wonder maybe, Sam, if you have a moment, you can see if he's posted anything on X. But what are the results? And by the way, if you follow me on X, you can also take the poll there. We have two concurrent polls running the same thing. First, if you could tell me, what are people saying on the YouTube chat?
So the YouTube chat is 28% for Hegseth, 41% for Blackburn, and 31% for Rose.
Okay.
Personally, when it comes to, I wouldn't say low level, but a governorship, you should be from the state, as far as I'm concerned. You should have an understanding and a rooted interest in the people. With John Rose, he's born and raised in Cookeville, family generation farm out there in Putnam County.
Yep.
You know, to me, as a resident of the state, that's what matters. On who are you? And then I'll look at your platform.
Hegseth, I'm going to be honest, and I like Pete Hegseth, but it would feel a little bit like a carpetbagger. And I'm not saying officially because I know that he lives here. He's a big champion for Tennessee. I love the guy. I've interviewed him a few times. Wonderful, wonderful human being. I fought for him for Secretary of Defense. All of that aside, you're right about John Rose, and I've interviewed him many times as well. Marsha Blackburn, of course, huge history in this state going all the way back to when she was a state legislator. So Senator Blackburn has done incredible work, and she went from, a state legislator to a congresswoman, now to a very high-powered senator. And so I think that those two obviously have far more ties to the state of Tennessee. However, you'll be surprised that on my poll, on my Twitter feed, on my X feed, who would have your vote for governor? Marsha Blackburn, 31%, John Rose, 19%.
Wow.
Pete Hegseth, 50%.
What?
So like 7 people have voted on that thing.
Shut up, Sam.
It's just
Sam, are you going
Thank
to?
you, Sam.
Are you for the entire morning? Are you going to be taking the drama out of everything I say? And for the record, it's not 7; it's 16.
Oh, now you're talking.
I just, no disrespect to the SecDef. I've got some friends of mine that are veterans, and they're not necessarily 100% satisfied with how he's running things. I have an uncle who flew helicopters for the Army for 30 years. He's got his critiques about it.
Right.
And when I'm hearing that from the people that live that life, let's definitely pump the brakes on any kind of gubernatorial race.
All right. We'll see what happens. It is 5:25 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan has the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, it is the last day of this heat wave. We'll tell you what Stefano has to say about it. Also, protesters are set to storm the state capitol building this morning. We'll tell you why. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on
Boring.
Super Talk 99.7.
That is such a boring
WT.
story. That is a boring story, Joan.
You're ruining my tease.
I don't know why
Dan Mandes.
these leftist state lawmakers
fabulous-
And I'm taking the drama out of things.
Crafted tease.
would be, yeah, but I'm doing a double entendre thing there. It's a boring story. Anyway, moving right along.
I think we should move right along.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is a heat advisory again for today, but this is it, folks.
Last day with this, I promise, at least for now. Then we'll see some breaks coming late this week.
Yeah, Stefano says tomorrow will be in the low 80s. His forecast is coming up. In Danville, Virginia, a city councilman working his full-time job was doused with gasoline and set on fire. ABC's Pierre Thomas has more.
Councilman Lee Vogler confronted inside the office of a local magazine where he also worked.
An individual forced his way into our office carrying a 5-gallon bucket of gasoline and poured the gasoline on Lee. Lee attempted to flee, ran to the front of the building. The individual followed him and set him on fire.
Witnesses say the councilman identified his attacker as 29-year-old Shotzi Buck Hayes.
And Hayes has been charged with attempted murder. Police say that the councilman and his attacker knew each other and that the attack was related to a personal matter. Well, this morning, the State Building Commission will take a vote on whether to lease a state-owned parking lot to the Boring Company. That's where equipment for the Music City Loop would be staged while it's under construction. Also, some groups opposed to the project will be setting up a protest outside the state capitol building. Convicted killer Byron Black is set to be executed August 5th for the murders of his girlfriend and her 2 young daughters in South Nashville in 1988. But there's a hitch. A judge has ordered the state to disconnect his pacemaker before the execution, and that would happen at Nashville General Hospital. But the hospital now says it never agreed to that procedure and it will not take part. Black's attorney has filed a petition with the U.S. Supreme Court to stay his execution. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So 40 westbound in Sylvan Park. So heading away from the city, you've got an accident this morning now on the right shoulder, and that shoulder is blocked off. The accident is 40 westbound just past exit 204 for White Bridge Pike or Briley Parkway West. Otherwise, looking at the major roads heading in this morning, just some volume delays beginning on 65 southbound in the Goodlettsville area. 24 westbound heading in. Looks good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, Joan, the age-old adage about if you have to explain a joke?
Yeah.
So I've got to explain my joke. The whole one about boring.
Yes.
So, because people are like, Joan's tease was great.
I love it.
But you got to admit, that was a great joke. So the joke, Joan's doing her tease. And what was your tease, Joan?
I can look it up real quick right here. I said that there are protesters are set to storm the state capitol building this morning, and we'll tell you why.
I said boring.
Right.
Now, it's a double entendre because on the one hand, you could think, oh, what a boring story. The leftists are protesting yet again, but they're going to protest the boring company that Elon Musk owns. The Boring Company.
So, Dan, if you have to explain it. Yeah.
Listen, I'd be willing to bet that if people actually understood the context, they thought it would have been really funny.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, actually.
Hey, Donald Trump. By the way, South Korea.
Yeah.
So big tariffs this morning. South Korea, big announcement. A deal has been made with South Korea. South Korea was one of the big 18, right? The major nations that Donald Trump wanted to get deals done, and just under the deadline, I guess, they have come up now. Donald Trump and South Korea, they've come up with a deal, and so I mean, do you know much about the deal? What is the deal?
So it's 15% tariffs on goods from South Korea into the United States.
Okay.
I hate when those pop-ups happen. Trump said in a Truth Social post, South Korea will make $350 billion in investments in the U.S. and purchase $100 billion of liquefied natural gas and other products, the things that Joe Biden shut off.
Right.
And that deal, by the way, came down, the tariffs part came down from 25% to 15%.
So what did they get in return besides not having tariffs at 25%? Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I heard ABC News talking about this earlier, and I'm like, did they really agree to that? Because I'm trying to figure out what's the upside for them besides, being on Donald Trump's good side. And you know what? For me, I love this.
South Korea will be completely open to trade with the United States, which they hadn't been in the past. And they'll accept American product, including cars, trucks, and agriculture.
Winning. I'm telling you, that sounds like a great deal.
Did you hear the deal that he had with Japan? We're selling Japan rice. It's like...
Are we really?
Yes. It's like selling ice cubes to Eskimos.
I was going to say, somebody call the Eskimos and sell them ice cubes.
Yes. We've never been, American rice has never been a product that's been opened to being sold in Japan. Ever.
Now, do you know what Trump needs to do to really trigger the left? Make it Uncle Ben's rice. Ba-da-ba.
That would be awesome.
All right, so listen to Donald Trump yesterday talking about all of the winning.
In the second quarter, we smashed all expectations. They thought it would be maybe a little bit less than 2, and it was 3, a little bit more than 3. Consumer spending is up. Business investment is way up. Domestic manufacturing is way up. Real disposable family income is up, and personal savings are up. Other than that, we're not doing so great.
I mean, I love the fact that, Joan, that he is tooting his own horn.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, that wasn't going on CNN.
We have the hottest country, and I'll tell you, it's a great, we're having a lot of fun with it. At the same time, we dramatically slashed government spending for the second quarter in a row. down nearly 4%, which people were surprised at. We do a lot of cutting also. The private sector has boomed with nearly 600,000 jobs added, way above expectations, while we have reduced the federal workforce by 70,000 jobs. So these are private jobs that are coming back to our country.
And he just, you know what? There is so many things. And by the way, it's 6:36. I'm going to speak to Fox News, Fox Business, E.J. Antoni about all of this.
Federal jobs are being cut. Critics said that our tariffs would hurt the economy, but the data shows the exact opposite, and the exact opposite is happening. The U.S. Treasury has taken in $150 billion from tariffs, and we'll be adding about $200 billion next month for totals that nobody's ever seen before.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Joan, weren't we supposed to be in a recession by now? I mean, we're in July.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody said we're going to be in a recession. And I understand we don't really know where all of this is going to go. But when you have in July all of this booming going on as far as our economy goes and as far as all of these numbers go, and they've been talking about this since, March at least. And I think that Trump has been talking about tariffs seriously for, quite some time. Obviously, he touched on it during the campaign. So everybody knew what he was going to do regarding tariffs. And so I don't know. I guess the question is, if we're going to get hit with a recession, when exactly is this supposed to happen? I mean, I'll ask E.J. Antoni that question, but
frankly, and foreign imports were down 30% in the second quarter, while the domestic auto production surged by a stunning 36%. How about that number, Dr. Oz? Right, that's good.
And one of the things that I love is the fact that basically what Donald Trump is doing is he is strong-arming these other countries to do business with the U.S., to, buy our energy or buy our rice. Japan buying our rice is classic. So yeah. I love what the president is doing. Got about another 20 seconds of winning.
That's good. We want to do that with your patients, too. We're going to have a very healthy country. At the same time, inflation continues to fall faster than expectations, and for the fifth consecutive month, core inflation was lower than predicted substantially. This is truly the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what we're in. We want to keep it that way.
There you go, Donald Trump. Now, I have not heard this audio. Joan, you want to play some fun with audio?
Oh, sure. Let's do.
All right. So this is, they say, the difference between Fox News and CNN reporting on these numbers. Let's see here. This is Fox News.
GDP, this is the first read of the second quarter, coming in at 3%. That is better than expected.
We have an economy growing at, what do you say, 3%. We have inflation at 2%. That's the best of both worlds.
Yes, it did.
Now this is CNN.
Did rebound to an annualized rate of 3% during the second quarter. Even though headline GDP rebound, this economy has actually started to lose some momentum.
Listen, I'm no economist. You know what I've always said about numbers in the economy, right? You can find anything. You can find anything in the numbers. I mean, you can slant it. You can say, well, yeah, but Daily Mail. And I love the Daily Mail. Yesterday, there was an article in the Daily Mail, and it was something to the effect of the hidden threat in the economy. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, yeah, but what about... Like every month, when we see the good numbers for the GDP and the ADP, the hiring, all of this, but they'll always say, oh, yeah, but there's a hidden threat. And it's like, will you people just stop it already and just accept the fact that Donald Trump is doing well? They have so much the Democrats and the media. They have so much invested in the failure of America. And it is really sad. Isn't it really sad?
Oh.
Because you would think that they'd be rooting for America, Joan.
Yeah.
But no. One of my favorite pieces of audio, I think Chris played it yesterday. I'm not sure. This was going on all day. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yes, CNBC, after these numbers were announced, CNBC came on and they actually started mocking the Democrats. And the reason why they started mocking the Democrats is because, just like I just played, the dude from CNN, where he's trying to say, well, yeah, but, yeah, but. This was on CNBC as they started mocking Democrats, mocking Elizabeth Warren, who no doubt will be, somehow bashing these numbers. I think Chris did play this yesterday, but it is worth repeating.
The left and people that don't like the president and don't want things to work. And, Senator Elizabeth Warren will come on and say, inflation's out of control and the economy is getting killed by what's happening by these tariffs. This 3% with the market at new highs, and really we haven't seen inflation, go back to 3%. Maybe it will this week. Maybe we'll see it. But none of these horrible things have happened, but they still talk like it's happening. It's amazing.
Well, there's an important lesson there. Don't pick a congressman to be your money manager. That's what I would say. But in the end, Congress has their own reasons to point out certain things. And the Democrats, of course, as you pointed out, really don't want to see the current administration have some success. But there's no doubt that this is some success. We're seeing more horsepower. We're seeing better equities. Inflation really hasn't changed much in the last year or so.
Do you know what Amy and I were talking yesterday, actually, about our grocery bill. And our grocery bill is definitely lower than it has been, obviously, going back to the Biden years. But it's lower. There's no other. We buy the same stuff all the time. Oh. And our grocery bill is markedly lower than it was, obviously, in years past. So I think there's a lot of things that Donald Trump has to be proud of. Hey, can we talk about, just to reverse course real quick, can we talk about this dude with the heart thing?
Oh, yeah. Is this an incredible story?
So we have a guy who he was convicted of murdering 2 children and the children's mother. I guess this was a woman that he was dating and her 2 kids.
His girlfriend, yep, and her 2 kids.
And so
his name, by the way, is Byron Black.
All right, so Byron Black has been in jail for how long?
Since 1989. He killed them in 1988, and he has been on death row since 1989.
Okay, so I can't do math on the radio. Sam, you're in charge of telling me how many years that is. From 1989 to, I mean, here's how you can tell how long it is from 1989 to 2025. Joan, I graduated high school in 86.
Oh, okay.
Right? So, and I still can't do the math, so I don't know how many years that is. But, so we're talking about at least 35 years, right? Something like that?
36.
Thank you. 36 years. Number one, that in and of itself is an absolute travesty.
Yep.
That this guy who killed 2 kids and a woman has been living off the taxpayers for 36 years. That's number one. That is travesty number one. But now, number 2 is he's got like what is it? He's got a heart.
It's an implanted defibrillator. So it's a pacemaker.
So he's got a pacemaker.
Yeah.
And so he asked the judge to have his pacemaker turned off because when they kill him, the pacemaker will keep him alive. So he has asked that the pacemaker be turned off. And now the hospital, who would apparently do this, is saying, no, we're not going to turn off the pacemaker.
Yes. And there's so much more to this because this guy, first of all, is disabled, and I'm going to use air quotes for that. And it's just because he's older, because he's been on death row for so long. He is considered disabled, and that's the Tennessean calls him disabled. He's in a wheelchair.
Oh, BS.
He has a claim of intellectual disability, which was refused by a court in 2004.
Right.
They said he is capable of his due process. His lawyers have kind of thrown this back and forth and caused the confusion around this.
Yeah.
That's saying that he needs to have his defibrillator shut off. So they take it to court and the judge says, great, let's do that the day of. the execution. He'll go to the hospital, have his pacemaker turned off, and then he'll go to the chambers and be executed. By the way, he'll be asleep when he's executed. So really all of this is nonsense
So
because
he's going to get the lethal injection.
he's going to get a lethal injection. He'll be asleep. He won't know if his pacemaker has gone off or not. But then after that, the judge said, yes, let's take him to the hospital and do that. And his lawyer said, hang on, we don't like that plan. So they went back to court and said, remember everything we said? Forget that. So they've thrown this into complete chaos.
So they don't want to have the pacemaker turned
Right.
off. Well, then put him down like the dog that he is. What's the
So
problem?
yeah. So now the legal battles continue. Of course, the state is going to the Tennessee Department of Corrections. I'm sorry, that's not it. The Tennessee Supreme Court to say yes, we want to put this guy to death, and his lawyers. Byron Black's lawyers are going to the U.S. Supreme Court and asking for a stay on his execution.
Okay.
They've thrown it into complete chaos, and they've done exactly what,
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. So
we're going to have to see. He's scheduled to be put to death on August 5th.
on August 5th. The
Which
fact that this
is-
guy, 36 years, is just incredible.
And the taxpayers likely paid for his pacemaker, which can cost up to $100,000 between the surgery and the equipment.
Yep, you're right. You're
August
right,
5th
Sam.
is Tuesday.
Mhm.
So we're going to keep an eye on it because there's, I'm sure, much to happen in the next few days.
Hey, UDP Truck 623 says good morning to us, guys.
Hey, UDB Truck 623.
I think they are trash haulers because they used to be known as another name.
Yes. Yes.
Guy came up yesterday, real quick. Guy came up to me yesterday. I'm still getting used to this, Joan. Guy came up yesterday. It was open house time at Riker's new school.
Yeah.
So Amy and I and Riker are walking around and trying to figure out where his classes are. Guy came up to me, a couple of people did actually, but one guy in particular said, hey, watch you guys every morning. I am still getting used to
Still
that.
freaking you out?
Well, because 40 years in radio, it's always, hey, listen to you every whatever.
Yes.
And now people often say, watch you every morning. And it is just so weird.
Yep.
But you know what? Watch us, listen to us, whatever. Love us, hate us. Well, hate Joan. We're cool. No problem whatsoever. We all appreciate it. Everybody knows I'm kidding. Everybody knows that, Joan's awesome and wonderful and everything else, even though, yeah, she broke the TV. It is 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News. So thank you for watching. You can watch us on YouTube, Rumble, X, Facebook, 997WTN.com, and listen to us on the radio or on all of the myriad of apps that are out there as well. Joan's got the news at 6. Joan, what's coming up?
So can you believe it? 2 school systems are going back to school today. We'll tell you which ones. Also, a teenager arrested for a shooting at an Antioch Walmart. Unbelievable. Stick around for those stories and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, Joan.
Yes.
So we've been talking about the Cincinnati beatdown.
Yes.
And I guess now they've arrested 5 people.
Oh, has it gone up to 5? I hadn't seen that yet this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, but did you see that there is a Cincinnati official? And by the way, there's more video that is coming out. So number one, and we've covered this a lot, so I don't want to, cover too much today. But number one, the more you see of the videos from different angles, you've got, 5, 6, 7, 8 people beaten down on one person. You've got, or 2 people, depending on what part of the beatdown you're talking about, because you've got the woman and you've got the man. A whole bunch of black people beaten down on a couple of white people, and a lot of sucker punches. A lot of, kicking people and all that when they're down, right, down on the ground. And there's no one-on-one. You've got all these guys that just jump in, young adult black men that are beating up on, middle-aged white dudes.
And women.
This woman named Victoria Parks, she is a Cincinnati official. You know what she said on social media? They begged for that beatdown.
What?
I am grateful, she says, for the whole story. Yeah.
Whoa.
So you got a man and a woman. You got a man and a woman just beaten near to an inch of their life.
Yes.
And this Cincinnati official, who is black, is grateful for the story and saying that they begged for the beatdown. Absolutely repulsive. Got a lot more straight ahead. It's Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. Now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a heads up for drivers. You'll need to slow it down in school zones starting today in Coffee and Trousdale counties, as school will begin today in both of those counties. Also keep in mind that fines could stretch into the thousands of dollars for passing a school bus. Elon Musk's The Boring Company held a hiring event last night. They want some engineers, foremen, project managers, and construction workers to help build that Music City loop tunnel that links downtown Nashville with B&A. Governor Bill Lee spoke with WTN's Matt Murphy yesterday on what opposition Mayor Freddie O'Connell could possibly have.
He has said that there are questions to be answered, and he and I talked about that. I said, we want the questions, and the Boring Company wants those questions. They'll answer those questions, and I think what will happen is people will see that this really is a great thing for our city, and there's not much to question about how effective and how efficient and how it could help in many ways and how it can help all of us.
Now, protesters will gather at the State House in just about an hour from now. And then at 8 o'clock, the State Building Commission is meeting to vote on leasing a downtown parking lot to the Boring Company to be used as a staging area for their equipment. Well, it's been 3 months since a shooting at the Walmart store on Hamilton Road in Antioch, in which 2 teenagers were seriously injured. Now, a 16-year-old has been charged.
Investigators saying the 16-year-old suspect and 2 others met the victims to steal their guns. The 16-year-old admitted to shooting them. This morning, those teens that were shot, well, they're recovering from their injuries.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Despite pressure from President Trump, the Federal Reserve has decided to leave interest rates alone. Chairman Jerome Powell signaled yesterday it could take months to fully understand the effect of the president's tariffs on prices and the economy. The Fed's decision helped to drive a retreat for the Standard & Poor's 500, which slipped about 0.1% Wednesday. The Dow Jones gave up 171 points to close at 44,461. The Nasdaq was the outlier, gaining 0.15% on the day. High interest rates for mortgages helped to push down pending home sales last month. The National Association of Realtors says its pending home sales index dropped unexpectedly, falling 0.8% compared to May. We're drinking less beer. Shares in the parent company to Budweiser, Corona, and Stella Artois dropped as much as 11% in after-hours trading. Sales for the world's largest brewer declined almost 2% in the second quarter compared to Q2 of last year. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures are charging ahead this morning. There's been some earnings reports out this morning that look really good, including Comcast, Microsoft, and Meta. Dow futures plus 123, NASDAQ futures gaining 314, S&P futures are up 60 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Oh, there it is. We've got the delays starting now on 24, backing up from about the Laverne area into Nashville. Slow going on 65 southbound in the Goodlettsville area. And then once again, after it merges with 24, if you're coming in from the north. And things look really good on 40 this morning. I have no delays heading in on 40 into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hot day today. This is the last day of this really hot streak. Today, partly cloudy. Chance of scattered thunderstorms. Continued hot and humid today. High of 93. Feels like temps going to be 105 plus across Middle Tennessee. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Hey, don't forget EJ and Tony, of course, Fox News and Fox Business. He is going to join us at 6:36. We have a new tariff deal with South Korea. We'll be talking about that. We also will be talking about all the wins with Donald Trump lately, talking about the GDP beating expectations. And, of course, hiring also up 60,000 was the expected number. It actually came in at 104,000. And so we'll talk about that and a whole lot more with EJ and Tony. We also have Senator Marsha Blackburn coming up at 7:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. One of my favorite stories of the day today is Donald Trump accusing Nancy Pelosi of insider trading. Now, the president was asked about this Honest Act, which would ban lawmakers and the president and the vice president from owning securities and investments. It was originally, of course, called the Pelosi Act. Now, Nancy Pelosi, as you know, friends, she has long been accused of insider trading. And basically with Nancy Pelosi, that means that because of her lofty position in the House of Representatives, she finds out information about legislative acts that would impact companies. And then she would call her husband, who is an investor, and they would buy or sell based on that information. It is the epitome of insider trading. And so Donald Trump throws this down yesterday.
I like it conceptually. And, you know, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information. She made a fortune with her husband, and I think that's disgraceful. So in that sense, I'd like it, but I'd have to really see I study these things very carefully, and this just happened. So I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it. And what I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated, because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few. How did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made. And she ought to be investigated.
Yeah, that caused an absolute crap storm yesterday. So she, of course, was asked about these accusations of insider trading years ago. You remember this.
No, absolutely not. Okay, thank you.
Remember that? And I don't know if you remember that that video as well, Joan, but when she says, talking about the insider trading, and she says,
no, absolutely not.
And then she knocks the microphone down. Remember that?
Yeah.
She kind of points the microphone down, and she just like, thank you, and walks away.
Yep.
Very funny. Do you know how much Nancy Pelosi is worth? $261 million.
It's so wrong.
On a $174,000 salary. Now, her husband, of course, Paul, he is an investor, but there's so many examples of suspiciously timed trades. Basically, again, her role in Congress gives her that inside information on legislation that could impact these companies. So she is accused of passing that information to her husband, who then buys and sells based on that information, the Visa buy. There is this story back in March of 2008. Visa got a special allocation of $5,000 shares of Visa at its IPO price of $44, the Pelosi's. At the very same time, Congress was considering legislation that would have hit credit card companies' profits. Just 2 days later, after they got those shares, Visa's stock price jumped to $64, netting a really quick and substantial gain. And notably, the credit card regulation bill never made it to a vote in the House. This revelation that powerful lawmakers could access hot stock deals while overseeing related legislation did not sit well with the public. So anything suspicious here?
No, absolutely not.
How about the Tesla buy from December of 2020? Paul Pelosi purchasing 25 call options for Tesla worth up to $1 million. Just weeks later, in January of 2021, the incoming Biden administration announced plans to electrify the federal vehicle fleet, a policy that naturally boosted electric car companies like Tesla. The timing, they say, was so on the nose that it fueled online chatter that the Pelosi's knew something. Federal officials said there was no evidence. Pelosi had foreknowledge of the specific policy, and such trades by a spouse are not illegal under the current rules. But it's kind of weird, though, right?
No, absolutely not.
All right. You want to do March of 2021? Paul Pelosi made a huge bet on Microsoft. March 19th, 2021, he exercised call options to acquire 15,000. I remember this one. 15,000 Microsoft shares at $130 each, spending about $2 million. He bought 10,000 more shares at $140 a share. That was another $1.4 million. Amazingly, just 12 days later, Microsoft won a massive $22 billion U.S. Army contract for AR headsets, news that caused Microsoft's stock to jump about 11%. That meant the Pelosi's likely saw a quick gain on a multi-million-dollar trade, once again, right before the big news. Anything suspicious here?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, there are so many examples. I can't get through them all, Joan. But obviously, this is why investors actually look at her and Paul Pelosi's stock trades. Do they call it, Sam, the Pelosi effect? I think that's what they call it. There's actually like is it an app or something?
Yes.
It's called the Pelosi Tracker.
The Pelosi Tracker. And the guys literally come up with an app so that whenever they make some sort of a trade or a buy or a sell, it automatically does it for you.
Mm-hmm. And so, in fact, this article by the Times from back in, March, I guess it was updated in the last month in June, about 110,000 investors with a combined $400 million are using the Pelosi Tracker.
I got to do that.
According to Chris Joseph's 29, who invented it. The Pelosi performance graph outperforms the S&P 500, and Paul Pelosi is a more accurate investor than Warren Buffett.
My goodness.
Come on, man. Anything suspicious here?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
The Times also reports that they might be worth more, upwards of $400 million.
Okay. You know, it's interesting, too, because this whole thing about the Honest Act, getting back to the legislation, and I'll ask Marsha Blackburn about this, Senator, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. But when lawmakers try to discuss banning Congress and their spouses from these types of investments years ago, this is part of what she said.
Because this is a free market and we're a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that.
So I just read you. I mean, that is just a smattering of the things that Nancy Pelosi has done, in my opinion, utilizing insider information to pass that information to her investor husband, who then invests millions and millions of dollars on this inside information, and they make even more money. Now, my favorite part of the story is the interview that she did with Jake Tapper yesterday. Joan, did you see this?
Love this.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Wait till you hear this audio. It is all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. All right, 6:16, Nashville's Morning News. And so, Nancy, as far as your weather goes, real quick, partly cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, continued hot and humid, high 93. Feels like it's going to be 105 degrees. Now, Nancy Pelosi is on with Jake Tapper after President Trump calls for her to be investigated with insider trading. And this is how she responds to Jake Tapper reading what Donald Trump said.
Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid. That's what I agreed to come to talk about.
Yeah, but I
and
wanted
what that means in the election.
I wanted to give you a chance just to respond. He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the stop the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this. But I have no concern about the obvious investments that have been made over time. I'm not into it. My husband is, but it isn't anything to do with anything insider.
Did you get any of that? I mean, clearly she is. Oh, and there's a little bit more. But she said, I'm for the legislation, where she's for it now after she was against it. Remember that earlier she said, oh, no, it's a free market. A couple of years ago. No, it's a free market, and Congress people, we should be allowed to partake in the free market. That caused that crap storm. And then she decided, okay, you know what? I should probably support this because it looks really bad. So she then makes a baseless accusation against President Trump.
But the president has his own exposure, so he's always projecting. He's always...
Has anybody accused the president of insider trading?
I've never heard of
I
a
mean-
single. The man is not into investing in stocks.
Yeah, he's real estate.
Right.
He is real estate development. So I don't know exactly where she's going with this. I mean, Donald Trump has been accused of many things, actually. Rape and colluding with the Russians and all the other things that President Trump has been accused of. But I don't believe that he's ever been accused of insider trading.
But the president has his own exposure, so he's always projecting. He's always projecting. And let's not give him any more time on that, please. We're going forward here, and I'm very proud of my family. And while he might make fun of us, while somebody inspired by him breaks into our home and hits my husband in a deadly fashion, hits my husband over the head, and he thinks that's a riot, I'd rather not go into some of my other complaints about him right now. Rather to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid.
And she just, basically she browbeat Jake Tapper into not answering the question.
I would say it didn't take much.
You're right, Joan. Did we ever figure out why that dude hit her husband with a hammer and why he was in his underwear and why the guy was in the home? I know that he came in, the guy broke in through the back door, I guess. And just a very, very bizarre thing. Very bizarre indeed. I don't believe, and wasn't it proven the guy was not inspired by Donald Trump?
Right.
The man was not inspired by Donald Trump. That whole thing was really random. Anyway.
Yeah. I just want to call attention to the fact that she used that phrase that everybody on the left has been using, and that's we just want to move forward.
Oh, yes.
Let's not talk about the things that we've done wrong. Let's just move forward.
Boy, they sure didn't want to move forward when they were all about January 6th.
Right.
I think the most amazing thing with that is Jake Tapper actually trying to be a journalist for 5 seconds.
It did, yeah. It lasted for a good couple of seconds.
It sure did.
Yeah.
What about that DUI for Paul Pelosi there, Nancy? What happened to that? That just disappeared.
You know what? If Nancy Pelosi was my wife, I'd want to be drunk too. Josh Hawley, by the way, talking about all of this. Just real quick, this is his legislation.
This bill we've worked on this for years, and it's really simple. It bans members of Congress from trading stock. It's not that hard. And guess what? Members of Congress hate it because they want to trade stock. They make a lot of money doing it. Both parties, sadly. But
all right, so there you go. And by the way, Josh Hawley is absolutely right. I'm not picking on the Democrats. I am picking on Nancy Pelosi. But he's right. Josh Hawley's right. This is something that both Democrats and certainly Republicans have done as well. It is 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Well, the relief from the heat is just one day away, I promise. So does Stefano, and he's got that coming up here for us. Also, there's going to be a protest today, and it'll be a hot day for a protest, but they're going to be out there anyway. What's happening at the State House today with those opposed to Elon Musk? It's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
USS, United Structural Systems, Dan Mandis here. I've been telling you about USS for years. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, foundation repair in my house. That's right. USS has been to my home several times. Now, this is a great company. They have helped me a bunch now with my home over the years, and that is why I do proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I am one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own. He gives USS 5 stars all the way, and so do I. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. Find them online anytime. By the way, throw me a bone and always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, USSTN.com. 627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Belmont University, you know that they got busted for continuing illegally their DEI policies. They just renamed it. Remember all this. They got caught by townhall.com, Belmont, as continuing that DEI program that they have, despite it now being against the law to do so. And so Town Hall, they did go in with a hidden camera.
The hub is hope, unity, and belonging. That's DEI. Let's be real.
Yeah, that is Assistant Director Joseph Lucky. And he did admit, hidden camera. We are not changing the policy, just changing the way that we talk about it publicly.
No, we're not going to be out in the news doing all these things. This is how we stand, or this is what we stand by. No, we're not going to make any outward statements. However,
they ultimately simply ended up changing the name of the program so that it didn't talk about DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion. But Belmont, you know what? They did end up in the news. Congressman Andy Ogles, after this audio surfaced, called for an investigation.
Nobody's paying attention to Belmont.
Well, a lot of people ended up paying attention to Belmont. The university knew this morning has now confirmed to Fox 17 they are bringing in an external partner to initiate an independent compliance review related to their DEI policies. And by the way, both Vandy and UT have also announced their own investigations. Congressman Andy Ogles has also called for an investigation as well. New investigations or allegations made, by the way, by Andy Ogles very quickly. He posted this yesterday. He says, my team just uncovered Belmont's official hiring guide for deans. It explicitly requires them to prioritize minority candidates. And if no minority applicants come forward, the school directs them to re-advertise the position until a minority applicant becomes available.
Wow.
He says that is racist and possibly illegal. Belmont, he says, can either end this now or salvage their reputation or get defunded. So that is the latest on Belmont. By the way, MTSU earlier this week has also announced that they are ending their DEI policies. It is 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we have been talking about relief from the heat wave for so long that it seems like it would never arrive. But Stefano promises it really is coming.
I know we've said that. It kind of seems like there isn't and that we're lying to you, but it's there. It's going to show up soon enough. We have heat advisories, extreme heat warnings in effect across Middle Tennessee for today.
And then for tomorrow, temps in the 80s. We may have thunderstorms today, though, too. We've got his forecast coming up. It'll be a hot day for a protest, but they will be out there anyway at the Tennessee State House. They'll be protesting the Music City Loop project that was announced by Governor Bill Lee this week. Happening this morning, the State Building Commission will vote on whether to lease a downtown parking lot to the Boring Company where they'll stage their construction equipment for the project. A judge has ordered Shaquille Taylor's trial to begin in May of next year. Just 2 weeks ago, he was deemed competent to stand trial for the stray bullet murder of Jillian Ludwig 3 years ago. Her parents say it's a relief.
We're thankful to the prosecutors who helped to prove that and to the judge who understood it and saw exactly what we saw, a competent man who should be held accountable.
It's been particularly hard because it was so clear to us what the outcome should be.
Now, while acknowledging Taylor's intellectual disability, the judge encouraged his attorneys to seek accommodations for him during the trial. At least 25 people hospitalized after a Delta flight experienced heavy turbulence. That flight was headed from Salt Lake City to Amsterdam, but it was diverted to Minneapolis. Leanne Clement Nash was on that plane.
If you didn't have your seatbelt on, everyone that didn't have, they hit the ceiling and then they fell to the ground. And the carts also hit the ceiling.
And this passenger said there was no warning.
A gentleman 2 seats down from me, he had a gashed wound in the top of his head and he was bleeding rather profusely.
Flight radar showed several other aircraft avoiding the storms in that area, while that Delta plane appeared to fly right through a rough weather patch. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here, 632 on Super Talk. You know, change is always happening. It is part of life. And when it comes to, for example, music here in Music City, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, and bands and artists, they do come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. That is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. Now, that means that you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Now, if you're surprised, of course, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more from my friends at Xfinity, xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra, subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. .634, you know, the weather in Middle Tennessee, as you know, friends, it can get crazy in an instant, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Remember, if the power in your neighborhood is out, your power is going to be back on thanks to that backup home standby generator that you are going to buy from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Get a free quote today and get peace of mind when you have one installed. They feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. Financing is available. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Online anytime. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Pretty slow on 24, the westbound side, starting in Smyrna now, going up to the merge with 40 and 40, heading westbound also. Pretty slow this morning, and that delay begins right around the Bell Road area. So you've got some delays heading in now. Also, if you're traveling in from the north, of course, it's delayed on 65 heading into Goodlettsville, and then again as you're merging with 24. Otherwise, no big accidents to speak of so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to get right to the Newsmaker Hotline. Say good morning to EJ and Tony. EJ, always great to have you on. Great morning to have you on because South Korea and America. It was announced either last night or earlier this morning by President Trump. This sounds like a great deal. South Korea, they get a 15% tariff, and they're happy with that. We get no tariffs on our exports into South Korea. I mean, EJ, this sounds like a great deal. They agree under the deal to invest $350 billion in U.S. projects selected by Donald Trump and to purchase $100 billion in energy products as well. South Korea would accept American products, including autos and agriculture, into its markets and impose no import duties on them. EJ, I'm starting to notice a trend here where whether it is our deal with the EU, South Korea, Japan, these all seem like really good deals for America.
Absolutely. And I would throw in one other thing that a lot of the analysts and the so-called experts keep missing with these deals is that when you're talking about the EU or Korea or Japan, these are nations that also do a lot of trade with China, either directly or indirectly. And every time we make one of these deals with one of these nations, we are peeling them out of China's sphere of influence and bringing them into our own. And the reason that's so important is because it's what's going to give us leverage for when we ultimately make a deal with China itself. Because right now, given the relative sizes of our economy, we just have to recognize the fact that China's huge, right? We're not the only big dog in the world anymore. We are the biggest, but China's pretty big as well. So we need as much leverage as possible. And again, every time we nail one of these deals down with a trading partner of the Chinese, it really, really gives us additional leverage for those future negotiations with the CCP. And that's just absolutely crucial. And a lot of people don't appreciate that, but it's a big deal.
Oh, it is a huge deal, and for so many different reasons. I mean, you're talking about China, so let's then talk about India. Donald Trump has his sights, of course, set on India. It sounds like the negotiations between President Trump's administration and India have not gone very well. And as you and I have spoken about before, that will have a really, really big-time impact on China because those two nations enjoy a very fruitful relationship.
Absolutely. Now, as much as they do a lot of business with each other, and there has been a lot of investment across borders, there's a decent amount of international trade, imports and exports. There is also quite a bit of animosity because India is growing very, very quickly. They have over 1 billion people now, like China. They are going through a phase similar to what China did several years ago, where all of a sudden there is an emerging middle class for the first time ever in India's history. Now, they have the added complexity of a caste system. So that's, again, that's to a certain extent throwing a wrench in the works in terms of that progress. But whatever the case may be, you still have to recognize the fact that China wants India to grow and be strong because it helps them economically, but they don't want them to grow and be strong too much. In other words, they don't want them to threaten the rule that China has economically over Asia. And that is, again, a place where the president can exert leverage and offer India a way out from being underneath China's thumb and really be a surging global power, economically speaking.
And I guess part of my question is this, from a political standpoint and all this, when you look at India, we all know that China is our enemy. I mean, they are. But my question is, it's good to get on India's good side now because they are turning into this global power. Do you have any concerns about India turning into another China when it comes to our relationship?
Oh, it's certainly possible, absolutely. But you got to remember the chances of them turning into, let's say, an authoritarian regime. It's just like a country like Japan. Japan could also eventually turn into some kind of authoritarian regime. So it's not the size that's really problematic, but instead it's the kind of government that these nations have. That's part of why I think a lot of libertarians have difficulty wrapping their heads around what President Trump is doing here and the animosity that he has towards certain nations. It's not just the size of their economy. And this is something that I think the great economist Milton Friedman often missed. We don't live in a perfect world where all we have to worry about are the dollars and cents when it comes to something like international trade. There are a lot of non-economic issues at play here that have to be considered, and sometimes that does decrease economic efficiency, and we have to be okay with that, because there's sometimes a greater good at play here when it comes to dealing with authoritarian regimes. So my concern again with India is not so much the size of the economy, but it's the kind of government they have, and are they or are they not a potential enemy of the United States?
One of the questions too that I think is interesting is, okay, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, that, Lord help us, but let's say the Democrats end up in the White House in 2028. I don't believe that it's going to happen, but is there a word that they're going to come back and roll all of this back and we end up in the same place we were before? Because this just sounds like this is doing a lot for the American economy.
Well, this is one of the reasons why it's going to be really, really important that all of these measures that the president has done eventually get enshrined into statute. In other words, eventually you're going to want congressional action to cement all of this into law, as opposed to just relying on executive action for all of it. Because, as you just pointed out, if you do something with executive action, you can almost always undo it with that same executive action. I was really hoping that in the big beautiful bill, as they called it, that we would have been able to get certain things like that 10% baseline tariff put into law. That did not materialize, but hopefully we are able to get that done. In other words, hopefully once the president gets all of these trade deals hammered out before the end of his term, we can get some action by Congress, an international revenue measure, for example, that will look at all of these different agreements and put them into statute. If you can't do that, a kind of universal tariff rate like that, then here's hoping Congress will go through each of these agreements one by one and sign a kind of treaty like they did with the USMCA during Trump's first term. That would also be a way of getting these rates into statute and would make it much, much more difficult for a future president to undo them, because now you would need congressional action to undo it as well. You couldn't just simply do it with the stroke of a pen by the executive.
EJ Antoni with us on Super Talk 99.7. EJ, I've got a couple of more questions regarding the GDP and hiring and a few other things. Hold on, though. We got to check the roads on WTN.
I'm
6:45. As far as your weather today, it is going to be hot, partly cloudy, a high of 93. Feels like temperature is going to be 105 plus. EJ Antoni is joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You've seen him on Fox Business, among other places. EJ, let me ask you this. Great news yesterday. The GDP beat expectations. Hiring also has come in at 104,000 as opposed to the predicted 60,000, according to, I guess, ADP. And so one of the things that I find interesting is whenever Trump has really good numbers that come out like this, there's always some sort of if you read, the various outlets where they'll say, oh, yeah, but there's a hidden threat to the economy. I've been reading that since Trump came into office, the hidden threat, the hidden threat. Is there a hidden threat, or are we just going to sit back and enjoy the winning?
So far, I'm sitting back and enjoying myself quite well when it comes to all the winning. Now, I got to point out one thing, though. When it comes to those ADP jobs numbers, just so the audience understands, ADP is a private payroll company, just like Paychex, which is Paychex. Mm-hmm. And they each, again, they're private payroll processing companies. Paychex puts out an index where they take their figures and then they try to estimate what the monthly jobs numbers are going to look like. Unfortunately, though, their methodology is frankly horrible. And so there's a very low correlation between their payroll figures and the non-farm payroll figures that BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, puts out each month in those jobs reports. In fact, if you look at the change month over month, and you say, okay, the change accelerated for BLS or the change decelerated for BLS, what did ADP do? It's literally a coin flip, whether or not the other one accelerated or decelerated. So unfortunately, even after revising their methodology recently, it's still terrible. So we can't use ADP to say, all right, what is BLS going to do? For example, in the month of June, ADP actually had a negative print for the first time in years. Meanwhile, the BLS print, the official jobs number, blew away expectations and was higher than any of the mainstream economists actually predicted. So we got to put that important caveat in. Now, all that to say, we have a lot of other indicators that point to continued growth in the labor market for the month of July that we're going to see in tomorrow's jobs number. So I don't have any real concerns there. Instead, I'm actually very, very happy with the growth we've had in the labor market this year, which, by the way, has come at the exact same time. Every single month this year, we have had a decline in the number of federal bureaucrats. So, as compared to Biden, where we were constantly goosing the overall jobs numbers by federal government hiring more and more workers, sometimes hundreds of thousands at a time, instead we're seeing exactly the opposite today, where again, you've seen a decline in the number of federal bureaucrats every single month of 2025, and yet the private sector labor market keeps on trucking. Very, very good news.
Is part of that, EJ, in the Big Beautiful Bill, I think you and I may have even spoken about this, but in the Big Beautiful Bill, there was a lot of the tax breaks for businesses and all of these things that really wanted to inspire these businesses to hire, to do research and all of these other things. And so now that the Big Beautiful Bill has passed, the businesses, the small businesses, the big businesses, the corporations, they know what's coming. They know what is going on. So between the deregulation and the tax initiatives and all of those other things, I mean, I think business seems to be on the right track where they're like, okay, we know what is going to be happening for the next at least a year or two. So let's go ahead and start hiring and start doing all of that research and development that helps to churn our economy.
Oh, absolutely. That's a really, really great point you bring up around uncertainty. Businesses hate uncertainty. In fact, they would rather have bad news, provided it's definitive, than have uncertainty. Because as long as the bad news is definitive, it allows you to plan. You can plan around the bad news. But if things are uncertain, then what you choose might be a great move. It might be a disaster. If you're, for example, even if you think taxes are going to go up and you plan around that and then taxes don't go up, that could be a disastrous decision if your competitors essentially gambled correctly, because they may now be in a better position to meet the needs of the market at a lower price than you are. So essentially what I'm trying to say here is once you have certainty, which now that is increasingly the case, business is really set to take off because you now know what your tax environment is going to be like for next year. Every day that goes by, you have a better sense of what your regulatory environment is going to look like because this administration keeps moving forward with their deregulation efforts. And every day that goes by, you have a better sense of what the international trade environment is going to look like because this administration keeps moving forward with all of these trade agreements around the world. So again, we're getting closer and closer to a definitive business outlook, which is causing more and more businesses to increase hiring as the days go on and to increase their capital expenditure as well. In other words, they're investing more in plant and equipment. That's really going to accelerate in the second half of the year now that we have the full business expensing coming back as a result of the Big Beautiful Bill. So, although we had some very choppy periods in the first half of this year, there's no denying that. The market has really been up and down. I think it's really going to take off in the second half of the year.
I've only got 60 seconds. Jerome Powell refusing to cut those interest rates. What do you think?
I think Powell, at the end of the day, is a political animal. The only data he says he's data dependent. The only data he really depends on is probably whether the president has an R or a D after his name, if he's a Republican or a Democrat. Let's not forget that when inflation was actually worse in the fall of last year, when all of the indicators the Fed say they look at were less in favor of an interest rate cut, that was when they cut rates. And somehow today, under more favorable conditions for cutting rates, they're not going to cut rates. Again, it makes no sense. The data don't speak to this decision. Clearly, there's something else at play.
Well, and I mean, I don't understand. I think a lot of people are wondering, why doesn't Donald Trump fire Jerome Powell? I mean, Trump hired him. And, what would be the ramifications if Donald Trump finally fired him?
I think this goes back to the uncertainty point.
Yep.
It would absolutely immediately erupt in a court fight, and then businesses would have to wonder, all right, is Jerome out or is he going to stay till May? Now we really don't know, and we also don't know who his replacement's going to be. So again, I think it would just roil markets up a lot, and it might do more harm than good.
EJ, it is always so great to talk to you. Great perspective, and have a great rest of week. It is 6:53. Joan Jones has the news at 7. Hey, Joan.
Hey, Dan, an arrest in the murders of an Arkansas couple hiking with their 2 young daughters. Also, they're calling her the Medicaid millionaire. What one purchase this woman made that alerted authorities to her scheme. We've got those stories coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$6:54, Dan Mandis here. DT McCall's a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value. Now, I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. They've been helping people out 3 generations. And if you need it, they've got it. Indoor furniture, outdoor furniture, of course, appliances as well. Your home office, they've got items for that too. Great furniture all the way around. By the way, go to their website, dtmccalls.com, because that is where you are going to find some great deals, specials, great prices on the best brands of appliances and furniture. You got washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more. Again, right at the front page of their website. They've been doing this for, again, over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they're going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. DT McCall's, this is my company to go to for all things home furnishings. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. 6:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. No, it's not Friday yet, but we're one day away. Watch us on YouTube if you would, and we're all over the place. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Rumble. You can watch us at Facebook, 997WTN.com. And a lot of people, of course, we have all figured out if you miss part of the show, you can always just go to YouTube and you can watch, like, say, for example, the 5 o'clock hour, which, by the way, Joan, don't tell anybody, but the 5 o'clock hour, actually the favorite hour of yours truly.
Really?
It is. It is my favorite hour.
It kind of seems like it's the loosey-goosey hour.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. What did I tell you, Sam, right before the radio broadcast today? 5 o'clock hour is a little more loosey-goosey. 6 and 7, we got to put on the whole talk show thing, and then we completely go off the rails at 8:35.
When Chris comes in here, it just goes crazy.
That's exactly right. Anyway, we do have Senator Marsha Blackburn. She is coming up after the news right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and I want to let you know that there is a big delay starting to form now on 65 in the southbound lanes. It's getting slower heading into Goodlettsville. And for a longer stretch, too. More right after the news. We begin in Arkansas, where police have now arrested one man in connection with the deaths of a married couple, Clinton and Kristen Brink, at Devil's Den State Park. Colonel Mike Hager with the Arkansas State Police.
Arkansas State Police special agents have arrested James Andrew McGann, 28, of Springdale. He's been charged with 2 counts of capital murder in the deaths of Clinton David Brink and Kristen Amanda Brink.
Now, that couple was hiking with their 7- and 9-year-old daughters. They were unharmed, and they're now living with family members. No motive so far. The family of alleged Jeffrey Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre speaking out after President Trump said that Epstein stole Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago.
The Giuffre family now speaking out after Trump was asked by reporters this week if Giuffre was one of the employees he claimed Epstein stole from his Mar-a-Lago resort.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
Giuffre's family saying it was Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, who targeted and preyed upon our then 16-year-old sister, Virginia, from Mar-a-Lago.
ABC's Andrea Fugii. Florida Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna trying to force a vote on a bill to ban stock trading by members of Congress through a discharge petition. That bill she wants to bring to a vote was introduced by Tennessee's 2nd District Congressman Tim Burchett, who talked with WTN's Matt Murphy.
To sit there and watch us make 200%, 300%, 400% return on investment, and then tell the American public that we're not doing anything shady. It's just, to me, it's just too much. Both parties are doing it.
Potential civil penalties carry fines of up to $100,000 for each violation. Luna's effort would need 218 signatures to force a vote. And a Louisiana woman who has been receiving Medicaid for years while earning millions of dollars through her own private businesses has now been arrested. 35-year-old Candace Taylor bragged about her new Lamborghini on social media. And that's what tipped investigators off. They found that she also purchased properties, had cosmetic surgeries, and purchased high-end jewelry. Taylor has been charged with felony counts of fraud. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. An announcement just moments ago from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that the U.S. and China have the, quote, makings of a deal. He was speaking on CNBC's show Squawk Box, saying there are still technical details to be worked out, but he is confident it will be done. Dow futures right now plus 95. NASDAQ futures are up 280. S&P futures, they're gaining 55. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident in Stones River, Lebanon Pike, westbound side between Dania Crest Drive and Donaldson Pike. It's stop and go up to that spot to West Nashville, Alabama Avenue at 45th North. That's the scene of a crash as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That is a very big deal, Joan. Joan Jones reporting in the news that we are close to an agreement with China. I did, by the way, find that audio. This is Scott Bessent, and this is what he says on CNBC.
We met for 2 full days in Stockholm. The Chinese are tough negotiators. We're tough, too. It was led by the vice premier, my counterpart, Hu Feng, who I have great respect for. He is both a statesman, a tough negotiator, and very senior in the leadership. We pushed back on them quite a bit and made our positions known. I believe that we have the makings of a deal. They announced that we would have a 90-day roll, which was a bit premature. Ambassador Greer and myself will be speaking to President Trump today about whether we will be doing the roll by the August 12th deadline. There's still a few technical details to be worked out on the Chinese side. Between us, I'm confident that it will be done, but it's not 100% done.
Well, that is most certainly good news. Senator Marsha Blackburn is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Senator, I mean, earlier this morning, we had an announcement about South Korea, a deal there. This follows the EU and Japan. It seems to me like as far as all of this tariff business goes, Donald Trump seems to be plowing right through these agreements.
Well, indeed, he is plowing through these. There are others that are in the works. Several of these have gotten close to the finish line, and we knew that China was at the table talking with Secretary Bessent. I spoke with Secretary Bessent last week at the White House, and he mentioned that there were conversations, and then, of course, they sent a delegation. China sent a delegation to Stockholm to meet with the Secretary and to work through different provisions with the Secretary and Ambassador Greer. And now we find out the framework is done and it is ready to go to the president. This is good news. Bear in mind, for the first time in over 3 decades, the U.S. government had a budget surplus at the end of June, and it was because of the tariffs, also because of the tariff policy that President Trump enacted. People are coming to the table. We are reaching deals. You look at the significance of the EU deal for the Tennessee ag community and the new markets that are being opened there, and opportunities for our farmers, our producers, opportunities for markets to be open to U.S.-made autos, auto parts, the amount of direct foreign investment that is going to be able to go into the U.S., and indeed, we see the president is achieving his goal of making America prosperous and productive and bringing jobs back to the USA and taking pride in that Made in America, Produced in America label.
Senator, moving on to the Epstein, of course, you've been in the forefront of this discussion for years. Yesterday, Chuck Schumer wants to invoke this rule of five, which basically means that if five members of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs requests information from any federal agency, that agency, they say, is legally required to provide it. And so they are trying now what seems to me to be like, I don't know what you would call this, but sort of legislative tricks to embarrass the Republicans. The Republicans have said, we want this information released responsibly. Any comment on Chuck Schumer and what he did yesterday?
Well, what we have to bear in mind, Dan, is that the Democrats lost November 5th. They've lost at the ballot box. They are losing in the House and the Senate. They are losing in the courts. So now they feel like they've got obstruction and resistance. And you've got members, U.S. House, that there's one member that is holding resistance labs on how to resist. And resistance and obstruction is something that we're seeing play out. You know, you can look at it in nominations. We're seeing it there. President Trump is the only president who has not had a nominee confirmed by a voice vote. We are going through the legislative process of calling cloture, filing cloture, calling cloture, and then waiting 2 hours and having a vote on each and every nominee, every civilian nominee. This is something that has never happened. And we have had more votes than any Congress that we've ever seen. We've had 457 votes, and we have worked 733 hours in session since we came in January, and we're doing it, and we're going to be here all of August. August plans can center around being here and voting to confirm President Trump's nominees because the Democrats are not doing anything to help get these through. And when you look at the stats on this obstruction that they are doing to try to slow progress down. Now, we're continuing. We start early and we work late every single day, and we've gotten 115 of President Trump's nominees through. And on top of that, we've gotten a lot of other good things done. The big, beautiful bill, the rescission package that is out there, some of the provisions that we have passed on funding, and some of the provisions we passed that are removing excess spending. All of these things we're continuing to do. But this resist, obstruct is what they're planning to do. And, you know, I think that what they're finding out is the more they talk, the less the American people want to hear from them.
One of the things that has, of course, been spoken about is, you've got Congress, the House, the Senate off for August. And so now you have the president trying to do these recess appointments, but he's not able to do that. Do you want to go back to Washington, D.C. and get all of this done? I'm assuming you do.
Well, I'm saying we shouldn't leave.
Yeah.
That the Senate is in session now.
Okay.
And we worked until about 11 o'clock last night. And there are many of us who have said, well, let's just stay.
Yep.
And let's not go home until we get this done or until the Democrats agree to do some of these nominees by voice vote. We have 55 of the 150 nominees who came out of committee on strong bipartisan votes. Those 55 should be able to go by voice on the floor. And so far, the Democrats have not allowed that. So that's what we're saying. Let's stay here and let's get caught up, because if you're having to have a 30-hour cloture, which is what you have to have on cabinet secretaries and appellate judges, then let's get caught up so then we can start that 30-hour clock. So we are working on it. Some of us met and talked with some of the Democrats last night, and I think some of them would like to be home for August. We would love to be home talking about the wins that we have had for the American people. And what a fantastic 6 months we've had. The border is secure. We are going back to building the wall. You have crime, violent crime numbers coming down across the country. We have passed no tax on tips and overtime. Tennesseans are going to see a $2,600 tax savings this year, and you have no tax on Social Security because we have the bonus deduction of $6,000 per senior per year on their income tax. And by the way, that was my provision. Another of my provisions has been signed into law, and that is a tax credit for employers for employer-provided child care. And this is for small and large businesses. And if an employer provides child care for their employees, then they get that credit. So we've gotten a lot of those good things done. The tariffs are working. We are seeing bilateral trade deals, which, remember, that is what President Trump wanted in the first administration. So, yes, things are getting done, and it is a positive, and what we want to do is see that continue.
Let me ask you, Senator, and I've got to play a piece of audio just so folks can reference this woman, Becky Pringle. This is related to something that you're doing, which I actually love. This is the National Education Association leader of the Teachers Union nationwide, Becky Pringle.
No cold can touch your heart. No deluge can dampen your purpose. NEA, you are those stars in the darkness. Your light will not be dimmed. Right. Your purpose will drive you in a righteous fight for freedom because you know who you are.
Yes, she's crazy. And the reason I play that, Senator, is because we always reference her because I think she's insane. She is the leader for the National Education Association, massive teachers union nationwide. Now, you have legislation to keep their influence out of Congress.
Yes, indeed, I do. I've actually got two pieces that are working. And Dan, you know, there are some things that happen like this NEA convention they had this summer where you thought they have lost their ever-loving mind. And I started looking, I had my team work on how they are chartered and what they do with all this money that they make. Because I have a lot of friends who are classroom teachers, and they say, well, we only joined the NEA because of benefits and retirement and insurance and different things. And so we found out they actually have a federal charter that comes through Congress. And I said, well, let's remove that. And Congressman Richardson from over in North Carolina has this provision in the House. We will strip that federally granted charter. Now, if they want to go off and be a 501c3 and work separately, you know, they're welcome to do that. I have a second piece of legislation that says any federally chartered union, there's only one, cannot lobby the U.S. House and Senate. And it would prohibit them from actually lobbying the U.S. House and Senate. And of course, as we know, Secretary Linda McMahon is doing a stellar job closing down the U.S. Department of Education. I mean, she's already removed half the employees over there, and they are they're hard at work closing that down, sending that money, that authority back to the states, It is going to be your state general assembly and your state school board working with your local school board that will be making the determinations on education policy, and this gives parents more rights and more say.
All right, we'll have to leave it there. I know you've got a lot going on. Senator Marsha Blackburn, always great to have you on. Have a great rest of week and weekend. It is 7:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan?
Yes.
I thought playing Becky Pringle in the middle of that interview with the senator was a good call.
I love that.
I wasn't quite sure, though.
Uh-huh.
But she did play into it a little bit and said they've lost their ever-loving minds because she is insane.
Yes. When I heard that, like, I wasn't paying attention closely
Right.
until I started hearing the crazy. And the crazy really drew me in.
And do you know what's insane? Is that people actually like applaud when she's doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Like, and the sound bites are abundant of Becky Pringle, the head of the NEA, a big, powerful teachers union.
Want to know what it reminded me of?
So I don't know what that is. What is that?
Lord of the Rings.
Oh, my bad.
You shall not pass.
Yeah, which, I mean, I don't understand what they're thinking because they have reelected Becky Pringle to lead their union, even though she has these kind of weird moments.
Yeah. Probably when you're in the moment, like sitting in with a crowd of other people and everybody's clapping and you're caught up in the moment.
I'd be embarrassed.
Yeah,
Like, woman, man, have some...
it's a Howard Dean moment.
Yeah, but she does it like the Howard Dean moment. He wasn't somebody who did that all the time.
Right.
She does this.
No cold can touch your heart.
The waving
no
voice.
deluge can dampen your purpose. And yea, you are those stars in the darkness.
I think it's so funny.
Wow. Somebody should check her pulse, make sure that she's
Am I
doesn't
gonna
have high blood
do
pressure.
you think that I'm gonna get a note from like Senator Blackburn's people and say, why did you do that?
Well, they might, yeah.
Why did because I might. Now I tried hard not to have her make a comment on Becky Pringle the way that I didn't want to box her in and try to, but she played right along.
Oh, she did.
She did. So I appreciate that. And yeah, she is crazy. Becky Pringle, not Senator.
Glad you clarified. She might not ever come on again.
It is 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That could actually be like your alarm ringtone, Becky Pringle, just to make sure that you woke up.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean?
You'd have to throw something at the alarm clock.
Oh, absolutely
Yeah.
right. I like to throw something at her. But right now, I'm going to throw the tease to you. Joan, what's coming up at 7:30?
So it is the last day of this heat wave. We'll tell you what Stefano has to say about it. Also, protesters are setting up. They are going to storm the Capitol building this morning, and we'll tell you why. All of that and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:24 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for Stoltzco, a great Tennessee company that does continue to grow and expand. They build pole barns, right? And that these pole barns from Stoltzco, they can serve as anything. They can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You can even live in them. We do call those barn-dominiums. And so these barn-dominiums from Stoltzco, they are these days new and improved. Now, Stoltzco is offering you turnkey options. Now, that means they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key and you are home. And right now, they also offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. And your new pole barn from Stoltzco can be used for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, you can just call my friends at Stoltzco, 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram, Facebook, and you can see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee, STOLTZCO, Stoltzco.com. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. OMG. JJ, did you hear what James Carville said about Melania Trump?
Oh, no.
You have got to hear this audio.
My.
It is coming up next, and it's going to either make you mad or make you laugh. I'm not sure which one, but we'll talk about it straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Watch yourself on 65 southbound just past Bethel Road, exit 104. Got a crash, and it's slowing things down this morning. There is a heat advisory again for today, but this is it, folks.
Last day with this, I promise, at least for now. Then we'll see some breaks coming late this week.
Stefano says tomorrow will be in the low 80s. His forecast is coming up. In Danville, Virginia, a city councilman working at his full-time job was doused with gasoline and set on fire. ABC's Pierre Thomas with more.
Councilman Lee Vogler confronted inside the office of a local magazine where he also worked.
An individual forced his way into our office carrying a 5-gallon bucket of gasoline and poured the gasoline on Lee. Lee attempted to flee, ran to the front of the building. The individual followed him and set him on fire.
Witnesses say the councilman identified his attacker as 29-year-old Shotzi Buck Hayes.
And Hayes has been charged with attempted murder. Police say the councilman and his attacker knew each other, and that attack was related to a personal matter. This morning, the State Building Commission will take a vote on whether to lease a state-owned parking lot to the Boring Company. That's where equipment for the Music City Loop will be staged while it's under construction. Also, some groups opposed to the project have set up a protest outside the state capitol building. Convicted killer Byron Black is set to be executed August 5th, that's Tuesday, for the murders of his girlfriend and her 2 young daughters in South Nashville in 1988. But there's a hitch. A judge has ordered the state to disconnect his pacemaker before the execution at Nashville General Hospital. But the hospital says it never agreed to the procedure and it won't take part in any execution. Black's attorney has filed a petition now with the U.S. Supreme Court to stay his execution. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 732 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. If you're a business owner, I want you to look at your floor. Does it look terrible? Does it need a lot of work? Does it need a lot of love? You know, if that's your business, that is a reflection of your business. The customer comes in and they see really bad flooring, then they're not going to perhaps do business with your company. Let me introduce you to my friends at Specialty Coatings. Now, they can help you. They can help you a lot. They specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. They've been doing it for 30 years, and you've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done all the major sports stadiums, arenas, convention centers as well. And all of that, just in the last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they've installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and so much more. Now, Specialty Coatings isn't some fly-by-night company. A couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No. With Specialty Coatings, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers, so your job is going to be done on time and on budget. No matter how bad your floor might look, Specialty Coatings, they can fix it. And each project is customized to your building and your needs. 615-591-9491, 615-591-9491. Email them, sales@specialtycoat.com. The website, see examples of their work, specialtycoat.com. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, this is my HVAC company. Today's the last day that you can take advantage of these great July deals. You can save big time on Busy Bee's smart Wi-Fi water shutoff valve, only $12.49 this month. And at Busy Bee, you buy a whole new HVAC system, you get a free air duct fogging and UV light home treatment. Now, Busy Bee is always looking for ways to save you money. If you need some financing, they can help you there as well. How about 0% for 18 months with approved credit and payments as low as $100 a month? Check them out online anytime. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is busybeehvac.com. That's busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833.
Yeah, still watching that crash on 65 on the southbound side past Bethel Road. This is in White House. The exit there is 104. Stop and go in Hermitage on Lebanon Pike between Jackson Downs Boulevard and Donaldson Pike. There's a crash. West Nashville, watch for an accident at Alabama Avenue and 45th Avenue North. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I can't believe what old, irrelevant, decrepit James Carville said about Melania Trump. That is coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is the latest on Jeffrey Epstein. Let's get to it, shall we? The family of Virginia Giuffre has spoken out. Now, remember what Donald Trump, he said this the other day.
And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
Yeah, and of course the media focused on those words stolen, and he obviously meant poached or that Epstein hired away these girls. Now, remember that she was working as a locker room attendant at Mar-a-Lago. Epstein hired her away, and from there, she ended up in all of that trouble dealing with and working for him, air quoting that, Jeffrey Epstein. So that made all kinds of headlines. People attacking Donald Trump again, of course, any opportunity. Her family, though, is now speaking out. Giuffre's family now says it was shocking to hear President Trump invoke our sister and say that he was aware that Virginia had been stolen from Mar-a-Lago. Please just stop. I mean, no offense, but put the whole comment in context. He's talking about how Epstein came in and hired her away. They continue on. It makes us ask if he was aware of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal actions, especially given his statement 2 years later that his good friend Jeffrey likes women on the younger side, no doubt about it. They said in a statement, we and the public are asking for answers. Survivors demand this. And so the family, of course, also hitting out at Congress for considering to get Maxwell to testify about Epstein's crimes, saying if our sister could speak today, she would be most angered by the fact that the government is listening to a known perjurer a woman who repeatedly lied under oath and will continue to do so as long as it benefits her position. This statement read, and again, that is the family of Virginia Giuffre. So now you've got all of this conversation going on with the family. People tried to make hay out of what Donald Trump said regarding her being stolen from Mar-a-Lago. But here's the deal: if they get her to testify, Ghislaine Maxwell, if they get Ghislaine Maxwell to testify, as I've been saying all along, she cannot be trusted. What really would the point be? And as I've said a bazillion times, Ghislaine Maxwell just wants out of prison. So she is due to testify. It's August 11th, and she did ask for immunity. That immunity was denied. She is serving 20 years. And I don't believe that there's any way that she will be getting a pardon, Ghislaine Maxwell. So meantime, Chuck Schumer is using legislative trickery to try and embarrass the Republicans, using what is being described as an age-old rule to try and get the DOJ to release the Epstein files. Need some audio.
Known as the Rule of Five, to compel the Department of Justice to release the full and complete Epstein files. Under federal law, when any 5 senators on the Homeland Security Committee call on the executive branch must comply.
I mean, part of what this is all about is trying to keep the Republicans fighting on this, really. What they're trying to do is turn up the heat, throw gasoline on the fire, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. They want to keep this conversation, this discussion going. And the Rule of Five, basically what it is that, and I did speak about this with Marsha Blackburn, Senator, is that if 5 members of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs requests information from any federal agency, that agency, they say, is legally required to provide it.
Our request covers all documents, files, evidence, and other materials in possession of the DOJ, the FBI, related to the case of United States versus Jeffrey Epstein. While protecting the victims' identities can and must be of top importance, the public has a right to know who enabled, knew of, or participated in one of the most heinous sex trafficking operations in history.
So they do call this an arcane law that gives minority leaders the ability to get some oversight even when they're not in power. They say it is rarely used. And the other thing about this is it has never been tested in court, ever. So the DOJ has acknowledged receiving this letter from Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. They are declining to comment. White House also not talking. But, you know, the only way they say that this can be legally enforced via Congress is by the majority party in both chambers. So even if you have a situation where, all right, the DOJ acknowledges getting the letter, but the majority party, which, by the way, right now, you've got Republicans majority in both the House and the Senate, there's no way for them, the Democrats, to really do anything of any substance because Republicans do have that majority. And by the way, they have said they are going to release the files when they are ready, when the redactions happen and the privacy of the victims and the innocent are guaranteed. That's the whole point. We all agree. I'd be willing to bet every single person listening to me right now would agree that this information does need to be released. We would also, I would hope, we would also agree that the privacy of the victims and the innocent do need to be guaranteed. And that's what Mike Johnson, House Speaker Mike Johnson, has said over and over again. James Carville, I don't know, what word would you describe James Carville? Like what? Like, I don't know. The guy is just slimy as all get out.
Crotchety.
Crotchety is too kind of word.
She stole it from me. That's what I was going to say.
Oh, were you?
Yes.
So I think that is too kind of a term. I think the guy is slimy as the day is long. And he said something about Melania Trump without evidence. And I believe that this jackhole is dying to get sued. I've got that audio coming up. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN.
White House, 65 southbound past Bethel Road. We've got reports of an accident. Hermitage, Lebanon Pike, westbound. Stop and go.
Partly cloudy today, a slight chance of scattered thunderstorms. Continued hot and sunny today. Humid today, high of 93, going to feel like 105. So partly cloudy to sunny and so on and so forth. Bottom line is, does anybody care about the clouds, Joe? Not one person.
Not a soul. Well, actually, if you're outside,
yeah,
and
actually, you're
it's
right.
really, really, really hot like it's been,
You're
and
right.
there's a cloud, you're like, oh, thank you, Lord.
Boy, that is true. So you're right. Friends, I hope that you are under the partly cloudy skies.
There you go.
There you go. James Carville was on a podcast, and he took aim at Melania Trump.
So I'll turn it back over. I'll just make one point. To me, a key figure in this is Melania. Okay, and I think that's at the bottom of what they don't want to get out, because it was all modeling agencies. Remember, Trump had a modeling agency. Then Epstein got into the modeling agency, and Jean-Luc Bernal, the guy in Paris in the modeling agency, that hung himself. 2 out of the 3 people ended up hanging themselves. There is, I really believe this, Jack, there is a deep, dark secret somewhere underneath all this.
So he's trying to implicate Melania Trump somehow. So real quick, Jean-Luc Bernal was a French modeling agent, and Epstein and he were friends, and he was deeply involved in Epstein's quest to find girls. He would find them for Epstein, and he would also, by the way, engage in the activity. This guy was deeply, deeply depraved. And so you've got James Carville, who is saying that somehow there is a deep, dark secret regarding Melania Trump. Now, I don't know exactly what he means by that. I don't know if he is saying that that is how Donald Trump and Melania met. I don't know if he's saying that Melania was somehow, I don't know, in on the whole thing or whatever it is. But there is no evidence, zero, that this had anything to do with Melania Trump. Do you know how Melania was discovered, Joan?
No, how?
She was discovered. She was at a fashion show in, I guess it was Slovenia, which is where she's from.
Mm-hmm.
She was at this fashion show with a friend. The friend was the one that was in the fashion show. Melania is just sitting there holding up a wall. And some photographer comes up to her and says, hey, you ought to be in pictures. And he, I guess, signs her on.
That's so...
The pictures? What is it, the 20s?
Right, I know.
You ought to be in the pictures, doll.
Whatever. You be quiet, Sam, or I'm going to tell people what you said James Carville looks like.
Go for it. It's an honest description.
So basically, James Carville, it seems to me like he wants to get sued because he is somehow trying to implicate Melania in all of this. There's no evidence that she has anything to do with this as a victim or otherwise. So I don't know. I think it's silly. All right, Sam, you want to talk about what at 7:48. So school, I don't think it starts until tomorrow. So I think we're safe.
No.
No?
School starts today in Trousdale and Coffee County.
Okay. So
Just saying.
Okay, thank you, John. Well, go ahead, Sam. How did you describe James Carville? Joan, this is awesome. How do you describe James Carville?
He looks like a testicular lump that you should go get checked for.
Oh my gosh.
If I look down and saw something like that, I'm calling my doctor immediately.
So CNN is reporting this story, and I don't know if you saw this, Joan. The headline is this: Trump snaps, be quiet, at CNN's Caitlin Collins when confronted about new Epstein bombshell. Now, I don't know if you've seen this video. It's actually kind of silly, but you've got Caitlin Collins, and she's like kind of yelling over some hedges at Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And he's trying to, have you seen this? He's
No.
trying to talk about whatever it was, and she keeps going back on Epstein. And by the way, and maybe the audio is out there, but I don't actually hear Donald Trump, I'm air quoting here, snapping, be quiet. I don't hear that at all. But whatever. I got here at 5 o'clock this morning, and you had CNN running with this story because, of course, it is Caitlin Collins. So I don't think this Epstein thing is going to go away anytime soon. But for me, it's like, I don't know. I want the information released. I'm over it. Eventually, I believe that it will get released. I'm going to keep covering it as a news story. Did you hear that? Well, now I'm going to go down this road. That call. Oh, you were here, Joan. Chris Hand, who I love dearly.
Mm-hmm.
That guy that called up Chris's show yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I should tell Chris to rerun that call, because I was so angry at this caller that I'm driving home and I'm listening, because I listen to Chris when I go home.
Yeah.
I am so angry at this caller that I totally forgot I was supposed to go to the grocery store. And I'm in my driveway and I'm like, oh, crap, I forgot to go to the store. That's how agitated I was at this caller. Now, what angered me about this caller to Chris Hand's show, and I forget the dude's name, but
Jay.
What was it?
Jay.
Caller Jay. And he comes on and he purports to be a fan of Chris's. But then he proceeds to tell, I'm getting all worked up. He proceeds to tell Chris that Chris is losing his credibility because he is blindly supporting Donald Trump, which is absolute bull pucky. That is absolute BS. And I was so angry because this dude's using every psychological trick in the book. I've been hosting for years. I know exactly what this guy was trying to do to Chris. I love that Chris didn't fall for it. Chris held him accountable. And part of what this guy was trying to do was say, oh, you are blindly believing that Donald Trump had anything to do with the girls and so forth. And Chris laid out his evidence. And there is evidence, I believe that there is evidence contrary to the accusations that would be leveled against Donald Trump. Chris laid it out. Dude had nothing. Yet he continued to say, oh, Chris, I'm losing respect for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I was so agitated with this call because Chris and I have literally sat here, and everyone else, most everyone else, have sat here and spoken about this and how angry we were originally when Trump, Pam Bondi, actually, and Kash Patel and so forth, when they said, well, there's no more files and Epstein actually did commit suicide. Chris Hand was one of the first guys to scream about that when he came on the air following me when I was on the air. So I don't know what this guy was trying to do, and if you guys, Chris and Mason and so forth, that call should be in the talk radio Hall of Fame as far as great ways to handle an asinine caller. Chris didn't feed his delusions. Chris tried to hold him accountable. Dude had nothing except bloviating. And the thing that I was especially proud of with Chris is that he let him speak. And the more that this guy Jay spoke, the more I realized dude had nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. So if they haven't isolated that call, they really should, because I personally thought that Chris did a great job handling that call. And then you were here, Sam.
Yeah.
And you say that just the phones exploded.
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 people in a row calling to either say something about Jay or to defend Chris, and telling me that one lady called just to tell me to tell Chris, we think the world of Chris. He's awesome. That guy is a word I can't say on the air. And I was like, yes, ma'am, I will get that to him. And I didn't have time. We were blowing back up to another phone call.
I'm going to tell you, I hired Chris, and I helped to guide him as a talk show host when I was a program director. I was very proud of Chris because I thought that he handled it well. He handled that call far better than I would, because I probably would have resorted to calling the guy an idiot and hanging up and not giving him the time of day. But Chris did the great move of letting the guy hang himself. And that, to me, That is exactly what the guy did. Okay, now that I've spent all this time talking about a call that maybe some of you haven't heard, I would encourage Chris and Mason to isolate that call and put it up as a podcast just to show how I would say useless people on the other side are when it comes to actually presenting evidence. The other thing that I thought was funny, I'm way late. The other thing that I thought was funny, though, was that dude was basically calling Chris a cult member when Chris was actually bringing evidence about, backing up what he was saying, his stance on Trump. And this dude had nothing but talking points. Nothing but talking points. So anyway, there you go. That's all I got, Joan. Should I move on? Well, I think I've said quite enough.
You have.
7:56, thank you for agreeing. Is that why you and my wife get along so well? Because you both realize that I just talk way too much?
Well, we imagine that at some point you'll talk yourself out.
I absolutely agree, Joan.
Yeah.
You and my wife agree. All right, it is 7:56. Joan, what's coming up?
So can you believe it? A couple of school systems going back to school today. Also, a teenager arrested for a shooting at an Antioch Walmart. That and more coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for Contours. Listen, if it's tomorrow's like August 1st, right? Tomorrow's August 1st. So if you are still having trouble slide into that bathing suit, there is still hope for you, and my friends at Contours can help you with a belly buster special. Now, I've been talking about these for quite some time, as has Chad Benson. Now, you can take advantage of Contours red light technology. It is not only incredibly unique, but also effective. It is all part of that belly buster special. And right now, you can get one of those for $99. Now, most people, when they go through these belly buster specials, they lose a couple of inches across the middle. I did, Chad did as well, taking advantage of, again, this red light technology. Call this number right now. Be one of the first 10 callers at 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960, and you can get one of those belly buster specials for just $99. Find them online, ContoursLLC.com. What he said. Wellness Institute of Nashville, Dan Mandis here. And I got to tell you, I think today, right? Today's the last day of July, right? So their July special is going to end today. But let me tell you what that is. $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, and a well-explained diagnosis. And that first treatment only for $12 right here in the month of July. So if you have chronic back and neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, etc., they can help you with their non-surgical, state-of-the-art spinal decompression therapy. No surgery, no spinal injections, no painkillers, Call them to get started. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009 is the number. 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com is the website. This is the company I turn to alleviate my back and neck pain. They can help you as well. Take advantage of that July special. 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com.
Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a heads up for drivers. You're going to need to slow it down in school zones starting today in Coffee and Trousdale counties. That's because school begins today in those two locations. Also, keep in mind that fines could stretch into the thousands of dollars for passing a school bus. Now, we do have some accidents to tell you about this morning on 65 in the southbound lanes in White House. You've got a crash reported just past Bethel Road, exit 104. Pretty slow in that area, too. And it's stop and go in Hermitage on Lebanon Pike, westbound side between Jacksonian Drive and Donaldson Pike. Another accident spotted there. Elon Musk's Boring Company held a hiring event last night. They need engineers, foremen, project managers, construction workers, all to build that Music City Loop tunnel linking downtown and BNA. Governor Bill Lee spoke with WTN's Matt Murphy yesterday on what opposition Mayor Freddie O'Connell may have to this deal.
He has said that there are questions to be answered, and he and I talked about that. I said, we want the questions, and the Boring Company wants those questions. They'll answer those questions, and I think what will happen is people will see that this really is a great thing for our city, and there's not much to question about how effective and how efficient and how it could help in many ways and how it can help all of us.
Now, protesters gathering at the State House right at this hour, and also happening at this hour, the State Building Commission is meeting. They'll vote on whether to lease a downtown parking lot to the Boring Company. It would be used as a staging area for their equipment. It's been 3 months since a shooting at the Walmart store on Hamilton Road in Antioch, in which 2 teenagers were seriously injured. Well, now a 16-year-old has been charged.
Investigators saying the 16-year-old suspect and 2 others met the victims to steal their guns. The 16-year-old admitted to shooting them this morning. Those teens that were shot, well, they're recovering from their injuries.
That's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announcing moments ago, maybe a half hour ago, that the U.S. and China are on the way to a trade pact as a key tariff deadline gets closer here. He spoke on CNBC's show Squawk Box, saying that they've got the framework essentially for this deal, but it's not 100% done. Just giving a lot of hope there. The Dow futures currently are up 93. NASDAQ futures gaining 321. S&P futures are plus 59. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, and hope you are doing well. Joan, I'm still very proud of myself for my joke earlier.
Yes.
When you were talking about the big rally today.
Yeah.
The big anti-Elon Musk rally today.
Go ahead, Dan. Deliver it. Give it your best shot.
So Joan had a tease. Leftist lunatics are going to be down at the Capitol.
That's not what I said.
Later on today to protest. We'll tell you why. And I said boring. It's a double entendre. It's boring because what is it, Thursday? Here they are protesting something else again, but it's also the Boring Company that they're going to be protesting.
I hope everyone is at home clapping their hands and enjoying the entertainment fused with just amazing content.
That's exactly right, Joan.
Yes, it is. Whew. Amazing.
Sure, you need that Michelle Obama sent.
By the way, did you hear that what the latest outrage is on the left on Elon Musk?
Oh, what is it now?
That he is going to get a parking lot rent-free from the state.
Well, he's not, because they're going to lease it to him, which would mean that there's a price involved.
Here's what they say.
Okay.
Governor Bill Lee proposed giving Elon Musk's The Boring Company a rent-free lease on a state-owned parking lot about the size of a football field at 637 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard to kickstart the project. Now, they say that it would be used to launch the tunnel boring machine and manage construction activities. And so here's the verbiage. Tenant intends to construct vehicular tunnels in Nashville connecting downtown to the airport and needs a site downtown from which its tunnel boring machine can be launched. I mean, you got to start somewhere, and so on and so forth. So basically, it looks like they are getting it for free.
Okay.
But it's all part of the deal.
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is all part of the deal. And I've seen construction sites where you've got like a little trailer, somewhere adjacent to, or a couple of trailers adjacent to the big construction site.
Yes.
You mean to tell me that those people are paying rent on that little area? No, this is so dumb. But this is why these folks on the left, they're so absolutely insane. It does make sense to me. They need a place to launch and manage the project. I mean, duh. By the way, the Tennessean did their own poll on boring and all of that. They say that while more than half of respondents want to pump the brakes on the deal, 49% showed a blend of cautious optimism and intrigue. See, that's where I'm at. I'm at cautious optimism and intrigue. Tunnel opponents accounted for 51% of responses. Now, realize this is the Tennessean. While 26% of participants are ready to buckle up and give it a shot, and 23% are tunnel curious and want more details before hopping on board. Have you noticed, Joan, that local media keeps running to Afton Bain and Heidi Campbell and these other Democrats? It's like, how many different ways can they say the same thing? What I'm noticing is they're not running to the proponents of the tunnel over and over again. They're running to the opponents of the tunnel over and over again so that they can continue to put forth that Elon Musk is a grifter and he's trying to, privatize the public sector. All of the same talking points. And as I interviewed somebody the other day, I don't remember who it was, but somebody said, yeah, if this was done within the public sector, it would never get done with all of the regulations and all of these other things. But because it is going through the private sector and the state legislature, of course, very conservative or Republican, and Governor Lee, they're allowing this to happen. They are getting this done quickly. And so I don't see anything wrong with this. By the way, some people wanted to debate me on this on the super text line. And there's like 5 or 6 of them. So among our audience, this is not a slam dunk. But I did have to remind people that I'm not here to like try to convince you of anything. Like that's not what I do. I just give my opinion, and you know, I have debated people obviously in the past as a talk show host for many years. But I mean, to me, I just think that this is a slam dunk. But I mean, if you've got issues with it, I think some people are saying that this will not alleviate traffic, which I don't believe that. I think that it will alleviate traffic. But that is number one, because you're going to have traffic down in the tunnel, obviously. And so that means less cars on the main road up on 40 or the corresponding streets. So that's number one. Number two, people are upset because only Teslas are going to be allowed in the tunnel. Well, yeah, because the guy that is paying for all of this, he owns Tesla. So it does make sense. And by the way, this is also helpful for the environment because Tesla's electric cars and the whole thing. So I don't get the people that are negative on the whole tunnel thing, but whatever. And you know what? Maybe tomorrow you want to try to take calls on this tomorrow. We could maybe try to take.
know that a good portion of this is just opposition to Elon Musk. Period.
Well, but there's people that listen to this show who don't like the tunnel, and I don't think that they're necessarily anti Elon Musk. Now, people like Afton Bain and Heidi Campbell and Freddie O'Connell and all these people. Do you know what I almost called Freddie O'Connell?
What?
Freddie O'Kruger.
Scary.
Freddie O'Grifter, more like it.
Freddie O'Grifter or Freddie O'Kruger. I don't know, because Freddie Krueger, is that Friday the 13th?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's getting late. Maybe almost nap time.
It's Nightmare on Elm Street.
What?
There you go.
Okay, hold on. What street is his office on? Because he could be like Nightmare on.
Oh, right.
Wherever.
Yeah.
See, that would be funny, Joan.
Yeah.
Another
that would
joke.
Be another 2 whole jokes in one day.
Oh, you know what?
What?
Whatever. You know what? You need to stop, or I'm going to play the audio of that president of the NEA again.
Oh.
I got a lot of hate from people on that one.
Yeah, you sure did.
People are like, "Oh my gosh, why are you playing that? I'm going to turn the volume down until that stops." I get it, actually, which is why I'm not going to play it again. What street is Freddie Krueger? My Lord. What street is Freddie O'Connell's?
It would be the Nightmare on Public Square.
Oh, that matches.
No, it rhymes.
That too.
Semantics are just falling apart today.
Nightmare on Public Square. Is that what you said?
Yes. So the office is 1 Public Square, Suite 100.
It's perfect.
Freddie O'Kruger, Nightmare on Public Square.
Sounds like an episode title.
Have we made a thing? No, I don't think we've made a thing. Anyway, it is 8:15, Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads. $8:15 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, that last probably 8 minutes is why I need to do more show prep. Clearly, apparently. And the funny thing is, I have it. Listen to this headline. The Hill and possibly a blue wave in 2026. That is because people are actually, predicting a blue wave in 2026. As a guy who was massively disappointed in the red wave from a couple of years ago, I got done. I'm not a big fan of talking about waves at all. But this was written by Zach Kennedy in The Hill. A blue wave in the 2026 elections? It's not likely. And he says, here's why. Democratic strategists have been counting the days to the 2026 midterms ever since November 5th. 2024, Republicans, meanwhile, have kept their foot on the gas since reclaiming full control of Washington this January, well aware that political winds rarely blow a political party's way after 2 years of unified governance. But they're talking about a red wave, I should say, they're talking about a blue wave. Democrats are bound to be disappointed at the 2026 midterm results, finding that the wave elections of old resemble little more than faint white caps off of a quiet inlet. And they go on to say why. The last time more than 13 seats flipped in a midterm election was 2018, when the Democrats leveraged overwhelming frustration with the first Trump administration to pick up 41 House seats in the nation's largest midterm turnout in over 100 years. Republicans then clawed back 12 seats in 2020. And they go on with some other stuff. Did you hear what's going on in Texas? Now, I spoke about the redistricting in Texas, right? The gerrymandering in Texas. So the Texas state legislature and the governor, they want to do their redistricting, I guess, early. I mean, they did it in 2021, and they want to do it now again, heading into the 2026 midterm elections. And right on cue, have you heard what the Democrats want to do now in Texas?
What is that?
They want to flee again. Do you remember that?
Running out of the building.
They went,
they ran out of the state. Yeah.
Do you remember when they did this before?
Yes.
They were talking about way back when some sort of voter ID law or something in the state of Texas, and the Democrats fled. They left the state so that the state of Texas couldn't have a quorum, right? They couldn't have enough people in the state legislature to vote for this particular legislation. And so it turned into this whole dramatic thing. And before you know it, you've got all of these Democrats. I almost used the DS word, dipsh, but I'm not going to. You had all these Democrats. They leave Texas. They go to the Capitol in Washington, D.C., and they start singing "We Shall Overcome." I mean, it was so dumb. And now they're going to do it again. And I guess my question would be, why will the state, I guess maybe because they don't have the votes in the state legislature, but why don't they just say that if the Democrats or any political party, if any political party flees the state so that the state legislature does not have enough people to make a vote, a quorum, then their votes are not counted. And so the Republicans can just, go on with their business and do what they need to do. Because if that's going to be their play, which is running from the state every time things get tough, then they've got to be proactive. The Republicans need to be proactive in having a plan when that happens, because this is what they're going to keep doing.
They lead the country in net migration, and since that redistricting in 2021, really in a 2-year span from 21 to 23, their net, there are people moving in and out, was 367,000 people moving into the state in that 2-year period.
Yeah.
While there are obviously people leaving. I guess the total is 612,000 moved in and 400-something thousand moved out.
There's a lot of people are moving into Texas, and there's a reason for that. You know what they ought to do is just, how about those Democrats just move? Just leave the state.
I hear
You know what I mean?
California's got some vacancies.
California does have some vacancies. Listen, if you want to go live with terrible traffic, terrible crime, terrible schools, terrible governance, and illegal immigration, Democrats, California is the way to go. You'll be like pigs in slop if that's what you, and that is obviously what the Democrats ultimately value. And if that is what they value, and that clearly is, then yeah, they can go to California and knock themselves out. So anyway, the Hill and other outlets now talking about the supposed blue wave in 2026. They're saying it is not going to happen. And by the way, Texas, if they can ever get everybody in the same room for a vote, ultimately, if they do end up gerrymandering, 6 years early, they will pick up 5 House seats, conservative House seats. And my opinion is there's nothing wrong with that. Although the Republicans, they are setting a precedent. Apparently, this actually has been done before. And so we'll just continue to watch that story. By the way, this story, this is from, it looks like the Miami Herald. A poll is revealing Kamala Harris's support for a presidential run. Yep. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead.
Okay.
I think these polls are push polls designed to get people excited about a Kamala Harris run. That's the only thing that I can think of, because I don't believe that, like with Donald Trump right now, is there anything that he has done where people have said, gosh darn, I just regret voting for Donald Trump? Has there been anybody that has actually said that? I mean, maybe there
Well, not
has
that
been.
we've heard, but they may be out there.
They may be out there. I mean,
Sure.
listen, I'm very conservative, so maybe there's some people out there that have their own version of Trump regret syndrome, TRS. But I mean, I haven't seen any. Super text line 615-737-9986. Any of you folks regret voting for Donald Trump? Anyway, we'll talk about Kamala Harris coming up. 8:22. Time to check the roads. No, it's time to talk about what is going to be next in the newscast at 8:30.
Okay, Dan.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Dan.
Well, Dan. A trade deal with China? Yeah, it looks like one is just about done. Also, some new data points on the economy, and it's 1, 2, 3 more wins for Trump policies. Wow, that and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:23 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, this is my window company, Window Nation. They've put not 1, not 2, 4 windows in my home. And if you are thinking about new windows, you've got to check out Window Nation. We all know it is really hot. So you need to make sure that cool air is staying in and the hot air is staying out with Window Nation. Now, these are some of the best energy-saving windows out there. And yes, they are installed in a day or less, and their crews all have years of experience. And if you want to increase the value of your home, call my friends at Window Nation. They've got a great deal going on right now. Save 50% off all window styles, and you can save big time with 0% interest for 5 years. No interest until 2030. Now, this sale is going to end soon. It may actually be today. So you've got to call them. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION for Window Nation. You can schedule a fast and free estimate right now with Window Nation. And don't forget that great deal. Save 50% off all window styles, and you can save big time with 0% interest for 5 years and no interest until 2030. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. $8:26, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here talking about the Glock store. Now, today, these days, most new guns come optic ready right out of the box. Now, Glock, they call it MOS for Modular Optic System, But what if you bought your Glock before optics were the big thing? Does that mean that you're left out or you need to buy a new Glock? Well, of course not. Lenny McGill, Glock Store, they've always got your back when it comes to all things Glock. Now, out of their 16 CNC machines, 3 of them are dedicated to cutting Glock slides to precisely fit the red or green dot optic of your choice. And they'll do it in 10 days or less. And because you can just go to the store and drop it off, sometimes it is a lot less. And unlike the optic-ready Glocks, which rely on adapter plates to fit a variety of optics, your optic will sit lower, be more secure, and yes, be more accurate as well. That is why the Glock Store has cut over 20,000 customer slides, and every one of them has been perfect. They're good that way. The Glock Store. Now, if you've never shot a Glock with an optic, remember, only $6.99 gets you a 10-round sample pack of ammunition, and that means that you can fire any gun in their store. So check them out today, the Glock Store. Minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. 2 great websites, glockstore.com and shoot270.com. So is this supposed to have any kind of meaning, this song here? I don't even know what this is. What is this, Joan? This sounds like more like Joan's...
I'm a wanderer.
The Wanderer.
Yeah, a wanderer. He roams around. Have you been roaming in the halls again?
No, why?
No? Just asking.
By the way, one of the super texters actually said, Dan is seriously off his mojo today. Now, that assumes that I actually have mojo.
Ah, I see.
And let's just be honest. I mean, this is me we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I'm off my mojo or not. I don't feel like I'm off my... Joan, am I off my mojo? I
No.
mean, I did shank the whole thing with the sounder and all that. But, you know, I was telling Sam off the air that I've been doing this for so long that sometimes I do go on autopilot with, you know, where I'm throwing traffic or teas or whatever it is. So I do apologize for that if that makes you think that I'm off my
He
mojo.
specifically said he wanders, which is why the Wanderer was fitting.
Do you know what I think that guy actually has actually given me a compliment? He's trying to insult me by saying that I'm off my mojo. He's actually paying me a compliment because he's actually saying that, you know, most days I do have mojo. So thank you for the compliment. There you go. See how I just like a
Turned
good
it
talk
right
show
around
host.
on him.
Just turned it right around on him.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Hey, look at 3017.
I'm
Not too
getting
far.
so many. 3017.
3017. About 10 down. See, I want to do it, but they ask for you to do something here.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is 3017. Dear Dan, would you wish my husband and us a happy 43rd anniversary?
Aw, that's nice.
Wow. We are loyal WTN listeners since moving to TN 4 years ago. Great show.
This is kind of funny.
Rush was my boyfriend. You're my little brother. Thanks, Mark and Katha, or Kathy, one of the two. Mark and Kathy. Well, thank you. That's very much appreciated. Do you know what I want to do? I'm going to tell you coming up next. It is 8:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Great tease. Good morning, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A surprise announcement from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent a while
I
ago.
believe that we have the makings of a deal.
A trade deal with China. He made that announcement on CNBC this morning, saying there's more work to be done.
There's still a few technical details to be worked out on the Chinese side. Between us, I'm confident that it will be done, but it's not 100% done.
Now, Besson says he'll present the details to President Trump today. The president, by the way, has said he would need to sign off personally on any deal with China. A judge has ordered Shaquille Taylor's trial to begin in May of next year. Just 2 weeks ago, Taylor was deemed competent to stand trial for the stray bullet murder of Jillian Ludwig 3 years ago. Her parents say it's a relief.
We're thankful to the prosecutors who helped to prove that and to the judge who understood it and saw exactly what we saw, a competent man who should be held accountable.
It's been particularly hard because it was so clear to us what the outcome should be.
While acknowledging Taylor's intellectual disability, that judge encouraged his attorneys to seek accommodations for him during the trial. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We had some news on the economy. Personal income rising 0.3% in June, and that's a rebound from May's numbers. Also, consumer spending rose by $70 billion, and yet another report, initial jobless claims. Now, they rose by 1,000 to 218,000, but that's well below the 237,000 average in May and June, and fewer than analysts were expecting. So right now, the Dow Jones Industrials are plus 113. The NASDAQ is gaining 258. The S&P 500 index is up 44 points in the early going here. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. Brentwood Jewelry. We were just wishing Mark and Kathy, or Kathy, whatever her name is, happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Was it 43 years?
You know, happy anniversary to Mark and whatever her name is.
Well, they texted in Katha, so I don't know if it's Katha or if that's Kathy.
Katha.
So, but either way, Mark, I think you need to go to Brentwood Jewelry.
Oh, based. I love the pivot.
I see how you did that.
And get your lovely missus something from Brentwood Jewelry. Now, listen, they've got something for everybody. For example, if you've got a big anniversary, they've got necklaces and bracelets and rings and earrings, you name it, they've got it at Brentwood Jewelry. If you're looking for some sort of a gift for the guy in your life, cufflinks, money clips, of course, watches for both men and women. Check them out, oddly enough, in Brentwood for Brentwood Jewelry. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. And by the way, this is the official jewelry store of my house as well. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. 8:34 at Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Are we going to do that? All right. Hey, Joan.
What is it?
Chris has brought a great story
for
good. 8:35.
Love
Joan's
great stories.
Gonna love it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say, though, if it gets us in trouble, it's a terrible story, and I knew nothing about it. Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, if you are thinking about selling your home right now is the time with Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer. Now, you can sell your home quickly and for maximum value. You can make the most of your summer by selling your home with that guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. And yeah, you can skip all the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly without the stress of showings, open houses, and costly repairs. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed all-cash offer allows you to sell your home in as little as 21 days. And yeah, move when you are ready. Call them. 855-299-SOLD. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews, and you can trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. MarkSpain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. 855-299-SOLD. That's MarkSpain.com, and start packing.
Well, we are looking this morning at some problems on Briley Parkway, the southbound side in Bordeaux. Briley Parkway southbound past Centennial Boulevard, exit 26. A stalled out vehicle slowing down traffic there. And you're still seeing some delays in Hermitage on Lebanon Pike westbound between Jacksonian Drive and Donaldson Pike. It's a stop and go traffic, and it looks like there may be some problems, maybe an accident just in front of the Lowe's in that spot. Madison 65 northbound at the Due West Avenue overpass. Watch there for a crash as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, along with Chris Hand.
What's up?
And Sam is here. Good morning, Sam. And Sam Rutherford, if you want me to say your last name. And Joan Jones is here. Hello, Joan.
Hi there. Again, I get last billing, but it's okay.
So
we saved the best for last.
That's exactly right, Joan.
Okay, good job. Yeah.
So, did you hear the guy paid me a huge compliment today? Chris?
No, what'd he say?
He said, I'm off my mojo, which tells me that I've got mojo some days.
I thought you sounded great. I was listening on the way in, and I don't think the show's ever sounded better. I forgot that I had somewhere to go when I was listening to that break of yours where you're talking about the caller that I had in my show.
Sure.
I was like, man, Dan, he's right about this.
Best segment I've had in years, Joan, was when I was praising Chris Hand.
It was unbelievable.
So anyway, I do. Oh, somebody asked. You know what somebody asked? I should have mentioned this. Somebody on the super text line asked that when does our podcast drop?
Oh, let's go.
So we are dropping it like it's hot, I believe. Saturday morning at 6 a.m. So yeah.
Nice. With your boring joke today, that was par for the course.
Nice.
Did you hear my boring joke?
I did. I actually thought it was pretty good.
Thank you.
I don't think Joan gave you enough credit.
You know what? Joan is paid to be a detractor. I've already decided that.
Hey, Chris, you settle down over there. I slashed your tires.
Is she still mad because we went through the whole TV gate yesterday?
Oh, did you?
And I don't buy the doorstop defense.
No?
No.
You think she threw something at me? You think she threw something at me and broke the door?
No, I just don't understand how she could be trying to wedge a doorstop in by pushing the door backwards. You would pull the door towards you if you were wedging that doorstop in.
Yeah, but in order to get the doorstop into the spot, you have to push the door back, put the doorstop in, and then pull the door toward you. Right? Just say right. It's okay.
Do you know what I think? I think what we're finding is that Joan's got anger issues.
Joan gets defensive.
She look what she was like taking it out on the door, and then she took it out on the TV.
Yeah,
it's gotten bigger. YouTube chats pointed it out too. The liquid diodes are leaking, or someone else bumped it again because the damage has grown.
Sam's too smart for this show. Liquid diodes.
I was going to say
he's throwing me off.
That's what LEDs are composed of.
Besides, at least I didn't go around smashing coffee pots.
That's
right?
true.
All
That's
right.
true. You didn't affect the entire Cumulus Nashville, just Super Talk.
Do you know when you told me that people were talking about me in the hallway for smashing, accidentally smashing the coffee pot?
They were very upset.
Just for the record, again, not to belabor the point, but I didn't smash it. There was a hole in the coffee pot and it exploded.
How did the hole get there? Dan.
You know what I think? I
don't know.
I think you sound a lot like Joan trying to explain the door and the TV.
Let's move right along.
Hey, did you see the WNBA game last night? Everybody says no. Of course. I know you didn't.
No.
But something exciting happened during a WNBA game.
What happened?
You're not talking about the thing on the court.
Hold on, John.
Don't wait for it, John. Don't ruin the bit like you ruined the TV.
Oh man,
that was good.
So finally,
that was better than my boring joke.
After years of wanting the WNBA to be exciting, something exciting happens, and the announcers at the game very upset.
Hayes gets blocked by Maya Caldwell. Something flies on the court, actually, from the crowd. The officials will say they will continue play as that goes off the fingertips of the Valkyries.
And you can see the object, the block right there. And the object comes, that green thing bounces, and it goes to the sideline.
Right.
We're not exactly we're not sure where it came from.
Odds are it's the crowd, ladies.
No room for any of that type of activity.
No room for that.
No one's picked the object up yet. You guys.
No one's picked up the object.
All right, so here's the funny thing, though, real quick. So as they're saying, basically, we don't know what it is. They're not acknowledging what it is. The camera points to...
How should we say this on the air? Are we allowed to say the word that it is?
Let's see if they say what it is.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Okay. Inappropriate. Get him out of here, whoever it is.
All right, there you go. So
I love the shock and awe.
The shock and awe.
Like they've never seen any of this before.
So I don't know. Are we allowed to say? I don't
know.
If Sam is saying no,
Google
out.
says to be on the safe side. I would say
Jones out.
Silicone phallus.
What would you say, Chris?
I would say a personal pleasure device that resembles male genitalia.
It rhymes with Bilbo.
Oh,
I'm out.
That's the second Lord of the Rings reference on the show today. Have you noticed that?
So somebody throws this thing on the court at the basketball game.
Also, it's important to point out it is lime green.
It is lime green. It is huge.
It's the Hulk edition of the male pleasure devices. They say it's the incredible package is what they're calling it.
Is it missing from the Oregon State Penitentiary Registry?
Maybe.
So anyway, yes, and I love how the ladies are just so horrified. The announcers
like they don't have some.
And yeah, I mean, what would you say? 3/4 of the league lesbians?
Oh, I have no idea. Are they?
I would imagine so.
I think that's on the low side.
You think that's on the low side? So
yeah.
The feign, the shock.
The shock.
We've never seen anything like this.
What is it?
If you type in percentage of WNBA, the first fill for Google is percentage of WNBA players that are lesbian.
Yeah.
The first thing.
What's the official stat according to Google?
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but what's the
38% of WNBA players are publicly out as LGBTQ+, according to a YouTube video from July of this month.
Wow.
Year.
No kidding.
July is this month.
38%.
Sounds low.
That sounds very low.
Yeah. Okay, so I would want to make sure I wasn't getting over my skis on this, but that does sound low.
Yeah, it sounds very low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing lower is how many dunks you see in a game. 0.
I have never seen a WNBA game.
No.
Have you?
No, but they're really pushing it hard. Did you see the new Gatorade ad campaign?
No.
The Gatorade ad campaign for the WNBA may be one of the greatest ad campaigns ever, and it's really being overshadowed by the Sydney Sweeney controversy. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm surprised that the libs didn't clam onto this one and get outraged, because the new Gatorade ad campaign, it's called "Let Her Cook."
Let her cook.
What?
Let her cook.
Okay.
Which is, it's a reference. I mean, it's a basketball reference. You're playing good. You're heating up. You're cooking on the court. But
it's a double entendre
when you're dealing with a bunch of broads. And
bunch of broads.
And the get back in the kitchen thing has been there for a few years. I don't know if let them cook is the way you want to go. You know what I mean?
The get them back to the kitchen thing. What is this? Oh, is this the ad?
Ratings and revenue.
Who is that woman?
I have no idea.
All right.
It's definitely. I'll tell you who it's not. Caitlin Clark, because they wouldn't feature her if their life depended on it.
No, and well, I'll tell you who else it's not. It's not Sydney Sweeney.
No.
And by the way, those those American Eagle ads, they are just kicking butt.
Okay.
Did you see how I'm channeling my inner Sydney Sweeney today?
Oh, that'll get
Right?
a few likes and subscribes on the YouTube channel.
People were calling for it in the YouTube chat, Chris. They said Joan for the next American Eagle model.
I'm sorry, Joan.
I'm wearing a jean jacket.
What are you wearing? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Did you see that people are jumping on the bandwagon though for the Sydney Sweeney thing?
No.
All right, so pop into your DMs. I just slid into your DMs, Dan.
Okay.
Because Dunkin' Donuts, I don't know how they put this thing together so quickly.
Is this already to play?
Yeah, they created their own genetics commercial in the aftermath of the Sydney Sweeney campaign, which is honestly brilliant on so many levels. And people are very upset about Dunkin' Donuts now. This is their new commercial.
All right, here it is, and go.
Look, I didn't ask to be the king of summer. It just kind of happened. This tan? Genetics. I just got my color analysis back. Guess what? Golden summer. Literally. I can't help it. Every time I drink a Dunkin' Golden Hour refresher, it's like the sun just finds me. So if sipping these refreshers makes me the king of summer, guilty as charged.
Wow. So quickly. They went
very quickly.
So quick. And they jumped on the genetics bandwagon.
Golden Hour refresher. Only a Dunkin'.
There you go. Actually looks pretty good.
You like that Dunkin' refresher? Are you gonna switch from Starbucks because Dunkin' is now based?
You know what? I might, Chris.
You should.
I might.
You should. I love Dunkin' Donuts. When I
well, you're from the East Coast.
I worked at like 15 of them.
Did you really?
It was brilliant. So like you could get fired from a Dunkin' Donuts, and then you could walk across the street to the other Dunkin' Donuts, and you'd walk in and you'd be like, "Hey, I'm already trained," and they'd be like, "When can you start?"
Oh, there you go.
Are they all independently owned?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
All right, it is 8:49, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So, yes, the podcast, it does drop Saturday mornings, 6 a.m. That me or you?
That was me. My fault.
Saturday morning, 6 a.m. And we're going to tape it actually today.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do today? I think we're talking about, I went on and on about that phone call with Jay.
Yeah. Let's break it down.
We may break that down as an example of, I mean, are you sure that he wasn't like a seminar caller?
I don't know.
Some dude that was.
He sounded local. He sounded like a good old boy. And a lot of people on the text line were like, shut that liberal up. And I'm like, I don't think he's liberal.
Yeah.
I think what you're seeing is black-pilled conservatism. And I think that's a topic of discussion that needs to happen. So we'll do that. We'll also, what do you think we talk about Cory Booker, Spartacus? Do you think
we're going to do a little Spartacus. Probably we will talk a little bit about the update on Sydney Sweeney and probably some other things as well.
Perfect. I do have a prayer request for the audience.
Okay.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
My wife has 4 kids, and she's driving from Nashville to Charlottesville, Virginia today, solo. So if the if the audience could pray for peace and calm, that would be fantastic. Also, if you got any good stops from Nashville to Virginia, let us know on the text line. Buc-ee's.
Pal's Sudden Service.
Oh, Pal's is so good. Low key. Pal's is awesome.
I would not recommend Buc-ee's with 4 kids.
Yeah, that you might lose them.
They get lost really easily, especially if they get excitable.
Yeah.
If they're excited, that they're in Buc-ee's.
Yeah, but they could get pictures with the beaver.
We do have a few beaver pictures. A few beaver pics.
I have some beaver pics too.
Do you?
Yeah. We went to the
We've
Buc-ee's.
gone down that lane again, Dan. Right down that lane.
No, in front of Buc-ee's, they've got a beaver. That is a beaver, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a
good.
beaver. It's a beaver.
So, yeah, I've been to like a number of different Buc-ee's. I'm excited about Buc-ee's. I just recently discovered Buc-ee's in the last couple of years. And so I like to take pictures with the beavers.
Yeah, so this is the kids are excited, though. This is their first homeschool trip. They're going to go to D.C. for a couple days.
Oh, nice.
And then, Tim Burchett, everybody's heard of him.
Sure.
So I don't do this often, but I was like, hey, Tim, you got any pull? And so he got them a state capitol guided tour.
That's fantastic.
So
the state capitol in Annapolis?
Yes.
Nice.
So they're very excited.
And then he got kicked by a horse.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Broken rib.
I told him, though. I was texting back and forth with him. I said, well, now you've got like street cred.
Yep.
Because I don't ever see Cory Booker getting kicked by a horse.
Yeah.
Tim Burchett has street cred because he got kicked by a horse.
Did you reach out to him, see how he's doing?
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, I
mean,
texted him too.
Yeah,
He's doing good.
Yeah.
He's doing good.
Well, Murphy Show had him on the air yesterday, and they had a long discussion about how exactly it happened, and so it was a great conversation.
I was talking to the kids, and I said, Congressman Burchett got us this tour. You guys should write him a thank you note. And my oldest son goes, "Is that the Dadgummit guy?" And I went,
Dadgummit guy.
I went, yes, Congressman Dadgummit got you that tour.
Yeah, last a couple times I have forgotten because I have the attention span of a gnat, so I keep forgetting to do the Dadgummit scale.
Oh yeah, the Dadgummit
with Tim
counter.
Burchett. Yeah, that was. Oh, I got to. 8:52. I'm getting the
Windmill of Doom.
The Windmill of Doom. We got to wrap this up. All right, it is 8:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN Super Text line is very active today. Thank you. 615-737-9986. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 9 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, there's been an arrest in the murder of a husband and wife out hiking in Arkansas. Also, a new batch of economic news, and it's all good. Those stories and more coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here at 8:53. Zintex. My upstairs bathtub does have those holes in it still. We got to call Zintex. It is really ugly, and it does need a lot of works. Now, if you've got a bathtub that also needs work, they've been in business since 2001, and they are here to help you. Now, they can remodel your shower, your bathtub, and even convert your bathtub into a walk-in shower. Now, these types of home improvements, they can increase the value of your home. Zintex can have it wrapped up in a day. Now, Zintex is an award-winning company that offers limited lifetime warranties for both their products and installation. You can make your bathroom safer with a walk-in shower, complete with grab bars and a bench seat, a great way to help the older folks in your life who do need that assist and support. So fix, remodel, or convert that bathtub into a shower today with Zintex, a great deal right now. You mentioned WTN, $1,750 off or no interest for 2 years, whichever works best for you, and no payments for 2 years. Check them out, Zintex, Zintex.com. That is Zintex.com, 629-258-7747. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, real quickly, because I teased this about 90 minutes ago.
Okay.
Kamala Harris, apparently she is no longer going to, she's not going to run for governor of California.
Are you as heartbroken about this as I am?
So basically what Joan and I were talking about it, is that most people are saying this does clear the way for her to run for president again. She might want to take a look at this poll before she makes any decisions. Former Vice President Kamala Harris has reportedly lost ground among voters, according to an Emerson College poll. In a hypothetical 2028 Democrat presidential primary, Pete Buttigieg leads with 16% support, followed by Harris at 13%.
Not Mayor Pete.
Gavin Newsom at 12%. Josh Shapiro and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at 7%.
That's wild.
Cory Booker's at 3%.
Do you really think she's going to run for president again?
Is she a glutton for punishment?
Would she employ the same strategy except longer? Because it was just about a year ago that she had Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage to get people to her rallies.
I think that Pete Buttigieg would absolutely destroy her in a debate.
Really?
Yeah, I do, because I don't like Pete Buttigieg's policies or whatever, but he is very articulate, and Kamala Harris is not.
True.
And Buttigieg does not have the baggage that Kamala Harris does, because, let's be honest, that woman has a lot of baggage.
Yeah, Pete's husband never slept with the nanny that I know of.
It's a great point there, Chris. All right. Chris Hand is coming up next on WTN.